Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, testing, 1, 2. Checkity, check, check, check.
plot, all right? We have the X, we have the Y, we also have a Z-axis cutting through the middle of it as well. And there's actually more ways that you can cut it, but we can talk about that more later.
Everyone, Deviant and Egypt have just entered the room. A round of applause, please. All right, how many of you guys are going to stick around and do lockpicking and safe stuff with Deviant? Hands up. How many of you guys are going to hang around after this presentation for Egypt's presentation on open source security and open source security? Very, very cool. Awesome. My name is John Strand. I'm with Black Hills Information Security. I want to say thank you very much for attending this conference because it is important. It's kind of interesting to see how South Dakota has kind of jumped on the map whenever it comes to computer security. A big part of that is this conference and what you guys have been doing here at this university as well. So I want to jump in and I want to get started and talk about ways that we can make defense a little bit more fun again. But I want to explain why it's so important for us to come up with ways to make defense more fun. So I have Mr. Einstein up here, and generally he's attributed to a quote where people say the definition of insanity is what? Doing the same thing again and again and again and somehow expecting different results. Well, if you look at this industry, and this is something I talked about last year, I'm kind of re-hitting some of the themes to recap before we move forward. We are doing the exact same things again and again and again and again, and we expect different results. We keep on buying individual products. We keep thinking that these individual products are going to do some level of security for our organizations. We have a webcast that we do called Sacred Cash Cow Tipping. We do it every year. And we bypass all the major antivirus vendors. And yes, this is absolutely a marketing ploy, but at the exact same time, we're trying to identify and show organizations that they can't rely on any single security product to defend them. As Egypt mentioned, it's kind of like kicking puppies and laughing while doing it. And I guess that that's really, really a close analogy. And with that in mind, this last week, we did a series of blog posts on bypassing a tool called Cylance. And we picked on Cylance for a couple of reasons. The main reason why we picked on Cylance is because they have marketing that is insane. They have marketing out there that says it stops 100% of all 0 days. It's going to stop 100% of these attacks, completely silence attackers on your network. It is, according to their marketing, an absolute silver bullet. Second reason why we decided to look at Cylance in deeper detail was because they don't allow a lot of comparative analysis of their tool. Think of consumer reports for vehicles. If you have a whole bunch of cars, you have Toyota, Ford, and Chevy, somebody like Car and Driver or Consumer Reports will get all these cars, they'll do a shootout, and they'll give you their opinions about these vehicles, and they're relatively unbiased opinions. We don't have that in the security industry. In fact, with many vendors, and I'm going to pick on CrowdStrike here a little bit, if you actually do a comparative analysis with their tool, with their endpoint security suite, they will actively threaten to sue you if you go public with any of that information. And we had that, too, with Cylance and as far as their EULAs. Thankfully, Cylance hasn't decided to sue us, which I thought was very, very nice of them. But we went through a number of ways. And the thing is, about the ways that we have listed here, none of them are really all that advanced. We didn't have to dig real deep into our bag of tricks to be able to get shellcode to execute on these systems and to completely shut down Cylance, or bypass Cylance, rather, in some scenarios as well. And the reason why I'm talking about this is as a number of you that are just starting out your careers in university start going forth and going into your jobs in computer security, you're going to have a number of vendors that are going to come to you and they're going to try to woo you, and you'll feel wooed. And they're going to offer you all kinds of awesome discounts. They're going to tell you all kinds of lies about what their product can and cannot do, because it does everything. And it will stop all of these attacks. It's going to be a single pane of glass. You're going to have all these awesome solutions, and none of them are going to be exactly what they say they are. All of them, with the right level of techniques, can in fact be bypassed, and they will be bypassed by even moderately advanced attackers. In this slide, I like to show this in a number of presentations, shows how organizations have detected breaches. This is from 2013, but the numbers and the percentages have not shifted all that much since then. And if you go down from this, you got unrelated third party. That's where someone picks up the phone, calls you, and says, you have been compromised. Is by far and away the single biggest way that organizations identify that they've been compromised. Fraud detection, customers picking up the phone and saying that you have been compromised. I want you to think just for a couple seconds about your average user. What level of security acumen or technical acumen do you think a technical user has? Okay, another way to phrase this. How many of you guys are IT support for your family and friends? Yeah, so those are the people that are detecting breaches 9% of the time. Law enforcement, 8%. Actor disclosure, 7%. I like unknown. Unknown is one of my all-time favorites. It's like you just walked in the morning and you're like, hey, we're breached. How do you know you're breached? We don't know. I don't know. I just got this feeling. And then we get down to the ones, and the ones are all the security technologies that you're purchasing. Those are all the products that you go out and you buy. And organizations spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in some situations on these products. And they're responsible for like 1% of the DTECs in many organizations today. And this all boils down to a tremendous amount of defensive strategies are static. And let's talk about why they're static. A lot of our defensive strategies are static because of the human mindset. When we think of defenses, we can build a wall. And somehow, through building a wall, that static wall, we're going to keep out the Mongol hordes. If we build a wall, we're going to keep our citizens from trying to break out of certain parts of Berlin. If we can build these walls, somehow we will have a defense. And static walls have a long, long, long tradition of being bypassed because the attacker has one amazing feature that none of us as defenders have: time. To analyze the wall, to look at the wall, to look at the products and the security suites that you're going to purchase and identify ways to bypass them. And that was really the gist of my presentation from last year, was talking about bypassing a large number of these security products that are out there today. And we have tons and tons of presentations on that, and there's lots of people that can discuss ways to bypass security suites out there. And that's part of the reason why our current strategies in computer security are not working. We're all doing the exact same things. We're all using the exact same technologies. And you may have a vendor that comes up like Cylance or CrowdStrike, and they say, if you use our product, magical unicorns will appear on your network, and you will forever be secure. Don't believe that. It is absolutely untrue. Further, it's dangerous. Because if you look in this market space as it exists today, a lot of times the only information that we get about current types of attacks are from our vendors. The only idea that we get as far as what we can defend our networks with are from our vendors. Basically, it's the hammer and nail analogy. And we're being told to constantly use hammers because that's what's being sold to us. So we have these really bad cycles: patch, antivirus, IDS, IPS, AV. If we go back 10 years ago, that's what they would have told us to do. And if we come to today, they're still saying the same thing with some slight variations. But ultimately, it is the exact same crap being sold to us again and again and again. And we keep on buying it because we are in the middle of an extremely bad pattern. So I'm going to talk about some things that we can do actively on our networks. I'm going to first start by talking about hunt teaming. And one of the tools that we've released publicly to at least get some conversation going about how we can approach security in our organization. But the key point of this is you have to actively be engaged. We talk to customers and we talk to people periodically. Please come in, sit down. We got people all kind of sitting in the doorway, kind of huddling around the outside. We have people that are constantly discussing how we can automate hunt, how we can automate detection. And I do hear from some of our customers periodically, they like to believe that security is a solved problem. And I can understand how they could come to that conclusion simply because of all the information that they are getting from the various vendors. The vendors that take them out to lunch and learns or, give them coupons for shows or whatever. That's what they're getting all of their information about computer security from. They believe that there's a way to automate this. The other reason why I think that there's a strong push to automate as much of security as possible is it's a cost center, right? If I can say I can replace 14 security professionals with 2 products, do you think a CFO is going to jump at that prospect of being able to save money? Because ultimately, a lot of C-Os hate people. So if a company like Black Hills Information Security, which is a very, very small security company based here out of South Dakota, is able to bypass these products, I think that everyone in this room can safely assume that if we're looking at the Russians, we're looking at the NSA, we're looking at the Chinese, they would have the ability to bypass these technologies as well. So we need to start our security architecture discussions with that idea in mind, that a product that we purchase, with enough time, an adversary is going to find a way to bypass that technology. And we're seeing a lot of the technologies that we have, our standard antivirus solutions today, being bypassed automatically by looking at some of the ransomware infections that are out there. A number of our customers at Black Hills Information Security get breached with ransomware, And they have up-to-date AV, they have up-to-date IDS, they have up-to-date IPS, they have up-to-date web application firewalls. They have all these things set up, and they're all configured properly, and they're still getting breached by automated malware. That really shows that we're at a tipping point with a lot of our security technologies and the fact that they are fundamentally broken. So we need to be able to look at what is happening in our organizations. And for many of you that are university students here at Dakota State University, or some of you that drove in from Sioux Falls, or some of you that drove in from School of Mines and Technology, it's up to you to not just be looking for the easy button, not just trying to find a security solution that you can put in place that'll do your job for you. It requires you to have a fundamental and firm understanding of the technologies that you're going to be defending. It requires you to have a fundamental and firm understanding of the protocols that run your network. It requires you to understand your applications at a very intimate level. It requires you to understand how exploits actually work and how post-exploitation activities actually work as well. It requires us to be active. And yeah, there are some situations where math is involved as well. In short, when we're talking about hunting, when we're talking about threat intelligence, we're talking about trying to unmask attackers on the inside of your network or on the outside of your network, hunting is not going and buying a can of Spam. It is not something that's ever going to be automated. It is never going to be something that's going to be packaged up for you in a single pane of glass. It is going to take something that requires you to interactively work with your networks, to dig deeper in your networks in the effort to try to identify what is really going on. And it'll require you to understand what is normal before you ever start jumping into the idea of what is abnormal in your network. Now, we get completely enamored with malware. We love the idea of exploits. We love the idea of post-exploitation. And honestly, that's because human beings are very, very apt to gravitate towards train wrecks, right? If you think about any car accident, no matter how small on an interstate, the traffic backs up on the opposite direction because people want to see, is there any blood? Is there any carnage on the highway? That's kind of what we gravitate to in security. And there's value in that. There's value in understanding those offensive techniques. Believe me, we built an entire company around it. But there's also a tremendous amount of value of understanding how your organization functions properly, how your, not just security technologies work, but the individual applications that you use every single day work as well. Also, we're going to talk a little bit today about OODA, Observe, Orient, Decide, and Act. It was a concept that was developed by an Air Force pilot. He was actually an instructor at the Top Gun School in San Diego. His name was John Boyd. And the whole idea of OODA was observe, orient, decide, and act. Whatever fighter pilot could observe, orient, decide, and act the fastest was the fighter pilot that got to go home at the end of the night and see their family. So when you're thinking of anything that you purchase in your organization, does it help you better observe? Does it help you better orient yourself? Does it help you make better decisions based on the observations that you have? And does it facilitate better actions? Unfortunately, most of our organizations have poor observation, and they really can't orient themselves. I'm going to pick on one type of technology that I hate with a burning passion. I hate threat intelligence feeds. I really, really do, because they don't work. The idea of a threat intelligence feed is if we have a number of organizations that are compromised or attacked, we can collect information from these organizations, and we can share it with these organizations over here in the hopes that they'll be able to identify their attacks on the network. The reason why this is insane is it is a far more complicated blacklist idea. Blacklisting of traditional antivirus does not work. You have an antivirus that says we're going to find every single red car, and any red car is going to be determined as a bad car. And then they look for red cars. What do you have to do to bypass that? Paint your car something else, right? And with these threat intelligence feeds, they're creating highly complicated blacklists of indicators of compromise to look at these TTPs of these attackers. But if you look deep in a lot of really targeted attacks, like something like 95% plus, they use custom malware for each incursion, each attack that they run. There's going to be some reuse of that code. But the code base itself, if you look at the signature, it's going to be different. And that lines up with what we do. The techniques and the software that we use today at Black Hills Information Security are not going to be the same techniques and the same software that we're going to use tomorrow, because security products are always detecting what was caught last week. So you're trying to drive your entire security architecture effectively through a rearview mirror, and that doesn't work very well. So we have that problem, right? So what is a way that we can get better observation? Well, we can get into things like NetFlow analytics. How many of you right now are playing with Bro? Anybody here in the room playing with Bro? 2 or 3 people. You should all be playing with Bro because Bro is awesome, right? Very, very cool. The one guy in the middle is like, yeah, it's great. And there's like 2 people. But you need to look at Bro, and you need to learn how to use Bro. You need to learn how to use a packet sniffer for something like Wireshark to decode what's going on because it gives you a better understanding of your applications, it gives you a better understanding of the net flow that's leaving your environment, and it gives you the ability to ask questions. Like if you have a potentially malicious IP address, you can say how many systems in our network communicated to that IP address in the last 24 hours. And Bro can answer that question for you. Does it have a fancy, wonderful GUI? Not necessarily. There's lots of front ends for Bro, but it doesn't have a beautiful front end GUI. It requires you to be able to run some things from the command line, which I hate to say this for some of you. It's a bit shocking, but that's kind of required if you want to be in this field. So yes, being able to ask questions can give you better observational data about your organization. Also, yesterday on Enterprise Security Weekly with Paul Asadorian, we were talking about change management and the importance of change management. When we're going to an organization, if they're running any security technology, we don't ever cower in fear because they're running that specific security technology. But if we go to an organization and they have adequate change management, they understand what is normal in their organization, they understand what that baseline is, they plan for change, they make the change, and then they review to make sure the change was implemented properly, those organizations can be some of the most terrifying organizations to try to break into. If we look at organizations that are using user behavioral analytics, looking for pivoting attempts around an organization, it requires us to move a lot slower. So slow, in fact, that it may not be possible for us to properly pivot in the amount of time that's been allocated for a specific engagement that we're doing. But all of this is based upon organizations having a firm understanding of their own organization. And if they have that firm understanding of what they have, it makes it a lot easier for them to identify and observe what is different. What is a deviation from that norm, right? So like I said, we continue to jump to decisions and actions based on the observations of what vendors give us. And that gives us misinformation, gives us incorrect information, and it is truly tragic. Another way to put this in a formula is detection time plus reaction time must be less than the amount of time it takes for an attacker to break into your network. Now, the goal of this presentation is not to go down the full rabbit hole of active defense, cyber deception, and those technologies. If you want to, we have a distribution, the Active Defense Harbinger distribution. It's an install script. You can pull it down from Git and installs on any 1604 Ubuntu system, all of the tools, with step-by-step instructions on how to use each one of those tools. And it'll give you ideas on how you can mess with an attacker that's trying to do port scanning, how you can mess with an attacker that's coming after your web infrastructure. And I'm going to show you a little bit of attribution on how we can create web elements, that if an attacker is trying to break into a web server, we can trick that bad guy into running an applet or running something that'll geolocate where that bad guy actually is, sometimes within 20 meters. So let's dive in a little bit. Now, before we get started with this, a lot of people talk about the legalities of doing any type of active defense or doing anything against an adversary, and I think that that's tragic. And a lot of that stems from the fact that we developed our security ideas in many situations out of the CISSP. We read the book, we took the test, we got certified, or some of you are now in the process of thinking about getting certified, and you should, even though I think the CISSP is an absolute, complete train wreck. For those of you that are just starting out your career, kind of have to have it for getting started in many organizations. But anytime you get to the ethics section of the CISSP, it talks about hacking back is always a bad idea, and it closes that door completely. But that door isn't closed completely. So there's a wonderful little case that I love to talk about, Susan Clements Jeffrey versus Absolute Software. Susan Clements Jeffrey was a substitute teacher, and one of her students in her class came to her and said, hey, would you like to buy a MacBook Pro for $50? Now, what would you guys immediately think if I was trying to sell you a MacBook Pro for $50? All right, well, take my money. They made the transaction, and I'm not making this up, at a school bus stop, which just adds multiple layers of shady to this entire thing. And then Susan Clements Jeffrey took this computer system home, she powered it up, and immediately cyber-sexted her boyfriend. Now, this computer was stolen from another school district, and it had Absolute Software. It's kind of like LoJack for computers. And you can track where that computer is. You can also take pictures with its webcam. Law enforcement and Absolute Software took multiple pictures of Susan Clements Jeffrey in various states of undress and quote-unquote sexual activity. Now, that was their computer system, correct? That was the school's computer system. Do you think that Susan Clements Jeffrey had a right to privacy? She did. Many people would say no, it's not her computer system. They can do whatever they want. The judge had this quote. When Susan Clements Jeffrey filed a lawsuit against Absolute Software, she was suing, basically, they were violating her privacy. And this is what the judge ruled. She said, it's one thing to cause a stolen computer system to report its IP address in an effort, geographic location, to track it down. It is another thing entirely to violate federal wiretapping laws in the process of doing so. This kind of creates a nice line in the sand for us. We can get IP address and we can get geolocation. But as soon as we get access to a bad guy's computer, a bad gal's computer system, and we start perusing their files and start seeing what they're doing, we've actually crossed the line, and now we're criminals. We're actually violating Computer Fraud and Abuse Act at that particular point because we didn't have authorization. The point is, whenever I'm going to talk about some of these techniques, we draw the line and we stop at trying to identify where a bad guy is. But with a warrant, you can go a little bit further, and you can actually get more information about that attacker. So this is just one case. There's a number of cases that kind of support this, but this is the biggest one that draws a nice line in the sand. So we created it's a build script now, ADHD, the Active Defense Harbinger Distribution. Ethan was involved in it, Benjamin Donnelly was involved in it, we had a number of people supporting it, Tim Tomes, who we'll talk about here in a moment. And they created a bunch of tools, not just the one tool I'm going to show you, created a bunch of tools that were designed for doing attack, attribution, and annoyance of bad guys. And due to the restrictions on time, I want to show you just one part. I want to show you attribution. This tool was written by Tim Tomes, or Landmaster53. You should check him out on Twitter. And the name of the tool is Honeybadger. And he's just released a newer version of Honeybadger just in the past couple of weeks, I think. It's a very new version of Honeybadger. The idea of Honeybadger is if we can trick a bad guy into running something, we can get the geolocation of that bad guy with very high accuracy. So let's talk a little bit about that. Bad guys may attack through Tor, they may attack through a number of different technologies that will allow them to obfuscate their IP address. But if we can get an application to run outside of Tor, and if we can get that application to do something that gives us an indication as far as where that bad guy is, outside of just strict IP address geolocation, we can get high fidelity as far as where the attacker is. Now, whenever I talk about these technologies, many times people will say, yes, but if I'm using Tor correctly, and I'm setting up proxies correctly, and I'm not running any scripts at all whenever I'm surfing a website, there's no way you're going to be able to find me. About that, the FBI does have some techniques that can deobfuscate Tor nodes, and that's a whole other can of worms I don't want to get into right now. But if you have perfect anonymity online, and you're trying to attack a network, it really reduces the overall amount of technologies and techniques that are at your disposal. So if we can get that bad guy to come off that wall just a little bit this way and be willing to run a handful of scripts, maybe, just maybe, we can use it to identify where that bad guy actually is. So this is the front end of the open source version, and this is in ADHD. It's absolutely free, and there's step-by-step instructions on how to use it. But the demo page ran, and this was an attacker a while ago that was attacking one of our websites out of Melbourne. And we were able to get very highly accurate information as far as where that bad guy was. Tomes had it on his website, and he got some interesting attacks from other places. We even had college students that were attacking one of our servers from Pepperdine University. That was fun. We actually called up it actually put a pin on his dorm room. We were able to call the dorm and actually talk to the student. That's a great way to freak a student out, though. Call him up. The RA actually forwarded us directly to his room and shouldn't have done that. But how do we get a bad guy to actually run this? Well, there's a number of ways, but the main way is you want to give a bad guy the idea that they're going to gain access to your computer system quickly and easily. Boom, headshot. So how many of you guys do pen testing? I know you guys do some security assessments and pen testing. Yeah, you guys break into system. Whenever you see VNC, do you get a little flutter deep down inside? If you go on to Shodan, let me see if I can. Let's see if I'm logged in. It's one of those things I probably should have logged in before. Never mind the man who's now deduplicating his screens to log in to Shodan. I don't know why I'm worried about that. It's like somehow I'm afraid if you guys see the little stars, you're going to be able to like, well, now we know his user ID and password. Password 2, how did you guess? No, it's not password 2. It's spring 2017. So, sign out of this account. Sign back into this account. That's not the right password. ORD. There we go. God, I hope I typed it in correctly. There we did. All right. Now, we're going to go to Shodan and log in. I know this is boring. You guys see like a black screen while I'm talking about it, but trust me, this is awesome right now. All right. Let me duplicate my screens here. So this is images.shodan.io. And these are a lot of remote desktop systems, and this looks like the loneliest IT dude in the entire world. Actually, I don't know. He does look like an IT dude. There's LAN cables there. And let's just be honest, the normal people in the world, they don't really carry LAN cables around everywhere. He also looks like he lives there. Honestly, this is really sad. If you start digging deeper into this, this is probably his office, and you can see he has shirts. And the only way that this would be allowed is if he's in the basement, and like upper management never goes there, because that's where he's got to be. So I'm going to pop up, and if I do port 5900, what's port 5900? VNC, very good. So if I do a search, please don't let there be any porn. Please don't let there be any porn. Hooray, no porn. All right. Hey, don't jinx it, okay? So these are all VNC systems that are wide open that you can basically walk right into. No user ID, no password. You can gain access to things like, I don't know what the hell that is. I'm just wondering, that's bad, right? Is this some kind of crappy Nintendo video game? I want to learn ICS hacking. Well, you just surf to it on port 5900 and you're in. I thought this class would be harder. Well, anyway. So if a bad guy sees a VNC server, they get all Twitter-pated, they get all excited. I actually had one of these in one of my classes that they had some fairly graphic porn on it. We got Eilon devices that are here. That guy likes his motorcycle. This guy apparently loves Ubuntu, motorcycles, and rampant insecurity. So this guy loves his kids and his checking account, apparently. So I don't know how the hell this happens. Like, how do people accidentally run their system with open VNC on the wide open internet? But anyway, so the idea is, yes, bad guys will be enticed to run VNC, because if we see it, we think, woo, we're in, and then we can start doing our happy little pwn dance. And you could do things like SSL VPNs, software SSL VPN. And the question quickly becomes, will anyone actually run this? Well, a little bit of backstory. Years ago, I got a call from a very large bank in Germany, and they wanted me to come on out, and it was right over Thanksgiving. So I gave them a quote, and I'm like, I don't want to tell them no, so I gave them a quote that was really, really high. And it was kind of like a way of like, it's during Thanksgiving, here's a really high quote. And they came back and they said, perfect, we're going to pay it in full in euros. At the time, euros were like $1.5, so my high quote just jumped up 50%. So I'm like, I will be there on Thanksgiving, absolutely. I will be there. So my whole family goes to Germany with me for like 2-3 weeks. So my wife booked everything for the hotel room and the flight. She took care of absolutely everything. She was all excited. The kids were excited. We're going to go to Germany. We went down to the Black Forest. We went to the big castle that the Disney castle was based on that had the crazy guy, Ludwig was his name. And it was an awesome trip, except for one thing. There was just one small thing. My wife booked us a hotel room, and she got us a great deal in Frankfurt. And she got us this great hotel, really, really inexpensive, right next to the train station. So her and the kids could just jump on the trains and go anywhere they wanted in Germany and just see the country. Well, that's fantastic. Well, we landed, and I have like a loaner phone that would work in Germany, and I'm using Google Maps to get there. It's like, okay, turn right. I look down the street, and it's all like pink lights. And I'm like, well, that can't be it. turn around. Crap. Turn left. Oh. So it was in the red light district of Frankfurt. And if you know anything about like Europe, you never stay in a hotel right next to the train station anywhere in Europe, because that's where the red light districts are. Why that's the case, I honestly don't know, but it's whatever it is. So our hotel wasn't actually a hotel, it was an hotel, because the H was burnt out. And you had to push a button to get into the hotel. By the way, that's a sign of a classy hotel. If you have to go up and push a button, and they go, what do you want? I'm like, oh, we have reservations, let us in right now, oh. And that was a bit creepy. We got in, and the lady at the front desk, who was very, very nice, sees us and says, oh my God, you have children. We need to put new carpet in your room. So I'm like, oh, okay. All right. So we waited there, and they were very nice, and they made us breakfast every morning, and the lady was so excited. She's like, that just shows that this part of town is on the up and up. And it's like, no, we made a mistake. Fundamental difference between those two things. It was so bad that whenever we leave the hotel, there'd be like women and men, they'd be like, hey, honey, you looking for a good time? And my kids would be like, we are. And I'm like, no. But the best thing about it was my wife booked the hotel. So it's not that big of a deal. Could you imagine if I would have booked the hotel? It would have slaughtered me. So forever. So we're staying at this hotel, and I'm working at this bank, and it turns out that it was a really good experience. My kids learned a lot. We were in Amsterdam a couple months ago, and my son looks at me, he's like, hey, Dad. I'm like, yeah, I'm in the red light district. I'm like, what makes you think we're in the red light district? That lady right there, who's naked, pressed up against the glass, I think it's a sign that we're in the red light district. I'm like, you're jaded, son. Good to go. So I'm sitting there, and I do this, and I set up Honeybadger on the edge of their network. And the CIO is basically like, there's no way any attacker will attempt to run VNC. And what we did is they had their main website. There was a /admin page that was disallow no index, no follow by robots.txt. And if you went there, it popped up the VNC thing. And we let it run for 2 weeks, I think. And after 2 weeks, we had 256 geolocated people that had to manually find there was an admin directory, went there, and were running the applet. They took all of these IP addresses, they basically reversed the ASNs, and they found if there was any systems that were connecting outbound to any of these network ranges, and they found 4 systems on the inside of their network that were compromised, that they didn't see. That's pretty cool, right? That took work, and it was kind of fun. So I wanted to show you what it looks like. I should probably tell you guys a little bit about the train wreck that was this morning. So I got a new computer, and the new computer, I thought I copied all of my virtual machines over, and I didn't. So I got here like, an hour early, and I'm like, oh God, I have nothing for demos. So I had to install ADHD, and Ethan had a running copy of Rita, so we were able to rectify that. But this is what it looks like in the demo page for doing the geolocation. Let me show you what it looks like. Pops up and it says share location. You'd be like, not now, I'm not going to share location. And I already ran the Java applet. This is an older version of Java, so we'll just allow now. And I want to show you the pop-up whenever it pops up here. So if you actually try to run any Java applet attack today with the self-signed certificate, what does Java do? Nothing. It's like, I'm not even going to run that. So we went out and started a company in Idaho called Verified Code Certificate, LLC. And it's a registered company in Idaho. And it's kind of interesting. Whenever you try to get a code certificate that is signed by like GoDaddy, or I don't know who signed this one, who set this up, I can't remember. Whenever you go to GoDaddy and try to get a code signing certificate, they have to validate that you're a real company. And the only thing that they did is they went to Duns and Bradstreet. They looked at our phone number that was listed, and they called me, and they're like, are you John Strand? I'm like, yes, I am. They're like, okay, here's your certificate. You're good to go. But you see it looks nice. It doesn't give you any errors. And if you click run, and look, run is highlighted for you, which is cool. That's nice. So if you click run, it does the geolocation on the back end. So I want to show you that's us, in case you're curious. And I don't know why we have a great big huge square there, but whatever. But it geolocated us, and it gave us the accuracy of the demo pages, latitude and longitude. The accuracy was in 30 meters. It's pretty disturbing whenever I'm like showing this to some people in the military, and they look at me and they're like, yeah, that's close enough. Like, for what? Oh, God, no. I gotta make sure I still have internet connectivity, because I'm gonna type random things. I want to do this study with my interns. If you just type random gibberish on the internet, like how much random gibberish actually pulls up random porn on the internet. But you can see that we have this one dude that the exact random gibberish I just typed in, apparently he has a profile on Facebook. I don't know. The world is a very strange place right now. So what happens is, I'll show you guys what it's actually doing in the background. What it does is it actually does a wireless site survey, and it identifies all the wireless access points that are around. The only thing you have to do is just have a wireless card. That's it. It doesn't have to be connected to anything. It just has to be on. And on Mac and on Windows, there's a whole bunch of, and Linux, there's a whole bunch of ways that you can do wireless site surveys through NetSHWLAN, through IW config tools on Linux. You can do all these different scans. You can pull all the access points, and you can get their relative signal strength. So what this does is it takes all of these access points that it sees and their signal strength, and it sends it to Google. So let me clean this up a little bit. So it takes all these access points, their signal strength, sends it to Google. Google comes back and it says, hey, the accuracy is 30 meters. Here's the latitude and longitude, the status of our API services. Okay, it's running. So the reason why I like this, there's a bunch of reasons why I like this. One, if this ever goes to a judge, and the judge is like, what gives you the right to pull down wireless information? You can be like, look, your phone is doing this like 10 times a second, all the time. For all the various apps that you have installed, it's pulling location information constantly. That's just the way that all of these applications work. We're not riding on top of anything weird. We're not doing anything that's quote-unquote malicious. We're just riding on top of existing technology. So that's how this works. And this is fairly accurate because of you. You guys remember the Google vans that drove around? Everyone thought that they were collecting the wireless information. That's how they get location. Google wised up because they got in so much trouble with those stupid vans driving around. They're collecting wireless information. They're like, wait a minute. Just throwing this out there. What if we had hundreds of millions of vans or people walking around, constantly geolocating where they're at and all the wireless access points, and we were collecting all that information constantly about everybody? That'd be brilliant. But we'd have to change our motto from don't be evil to something else. And they did both of those things. And that worked out really well for them. So we're just riding on top of that service, and Apple has the service as well. Microsoft has the service. No one's using the Microsoft one, but that's a whole other story. I don't want to go into too much detail about that. So it works pretty well. I know that the demo page is demo for the natty-ass Honeybadger, but you would change that to be something else. And that's why a little bit of HTML coding goes a long way. We also have another tool on ADHD called Jar Combiner. It'll actually take one Java applet and it'll insert Honeybadger inside of that Java applet and come out with a new Java applet. It's basically like MSF Venom with a -K option. You take basically backdoor, another executable, in this situation, another jar file. And in this example, we just had a little VNC type utility on the left, and I think it's JR Desktop. And then when you open it and you run it, it basically geolocates where you're at. So you can put it inside of other things. So pretty cool. So this is an invitation for ADHD. We've given you guys a link here. I'm going to send the slides out to the fine folks here at Dakota State University, and they'll share it with everybody so you guys can pull it down. Or you can just Google Black Hills InfoSec, go to projects, and just go to ADHD. So that is ADHD. Now I want to show you Rita. A little bit of background on Rita. We were pen testing an organization, healthcare organization, and we were successful. And they said, wow, you guys did this, and you bypassed a bunch of our technologies. Could you come in and see if there's any other bad guys that bypassed our technologies? And we thought, sure, how hard can that be? Well, it turns out it's actually pretty hard to do. Because once again, being a defender is a very difficult thing. So we developed this tool. It stands for Real Intelligence Threat Analytics. And it's named after my mother. My mother passed away last year from pancreatic cancer. And she was a big part of BHIS. She was on a lot of the webcasts. Remember, we went down to Arizona to Cancer Treatment Centers of America. And I'd sit in the hall and do webcasts. She'd be down there for treatments, and she'd sit down next to me and say hi to the people on the webcast. She was the CFO of the company. And she always told us that, with this tool, we should just try to give the core of it away for free as much as possible. And that was awesome, and we still try to do that to this day. So I want to kind of explain how this actually works. So the problem with a lot of security products is basic signature detection. If you're trying to do anything with a basic signature, it doesn't work because it's very easy to change that signature. So what we want to do is give people a better tool set for doing analysis on what is actually happening and looking for deviations in the norm. So to start with Rita, you have to understand a little bit about philosophy. Sorry about that, but you do. Anybody here ever read Plato? Some people have got to read Plato, right? Plato had this idea that we're all sitting in a cave staring at shadows, and we're trying to identify whether or not those shadows are part of the real world. And that also fits into the idea of an ideal. So, I don't have a chair here. Well, we got a garbage can right there. Human beings can look at a garbage can, and they could say that's a garbage can. That can be a small garbage can, it can be a large garbage can, it can be red, it can be green, it can be a square garbage can, it can be a round garbage can. And we always can look at it and say, that's a garbage can. And Plato believed that somewhere out there in the universe, there was an ideal garbage can, and every single garbage can that you saw is actually a pale imitation of the perfect ideal. And when human beings are looking at something, we're constantly trying to look for the characteristics of that ideal garbage can or that chair. Well, it turns out that Plato was actually a very brilliant computer scientist before they had computers. So this is kind of the genesis of k-means clustering. If you just do a Wikipedia lookup on it, you can pull up the math associated with it, but not Keynes. There we go. Right? And you can find all kinds of wonderful articles on this, and this is at the heart. Anytime a vendor tells you, we use artificial intelligence, they're using this algorithm. And it's freely available, and there's the math. And I want to be very, very clear, I don't actually know how the math works, to be completely honest, because I'm stupid. I have really, really smart people that do that. And they teach me. I'm kind of like a trained dog. They keep on, no, you said it wrong. I'm like, crap, no treat for me. But I finally gotten to the point where I can actually speak this through. So if we're talking about beaconing and malware, one of the ways that we can identify beaconing and malware is the interval. A lot of malware out there today will beacon out at very consistent increments. It'll beacon out in like 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, a minute, a day, an hour, but it'll beacon out at a very consistent interval. Now, to be sure, some malware will actually introduce jitter. That means that it'll vary this, and I'll talk about that here in a second. So whenever we're trying to identify that big blue zero that's at the bottom, that's a perfect interval, and it doesn't really matter what the interval is at all. It can be, like I said, 2 seconds, 30 seconds, 5 seconds. It just has to be an interval that is perfect. Then we can also look at it with data size. Right? So if you look at a lot of malware, every time it makes a connection out to its command and control server, it's always going to be the exact same size. So we'll do data size. Okay? It's always going to be the same data size. Every time it tries to connect, it's 2K. It's HTTP, it's HTTPS, it's clear text, whatever. It's trying to get that information, but it's always the exact same size when it reaches out. Now, you're going to have situations where the data that comes back is going to be larger, or the data that it sends is going to be larger. But by and large, the vast majority or a cluster of connections are going to be the exact same data size. Then, we can also look at it with duration, connection duration. Now, with connection duration, it basically is how long is the connection made once the connection is made. So let's say it connects and the duration is always 2 seconds. It makes connection, stays up for 2 seconds, and then it drops. Now, these are just 3 different ways that you can look at it. You can add more. What is the total aggregate number of connections between 2 endpoints? That's what most beacon detection algorithms do today. They simply count the number of connections between 2 points. They say that's a lot. It's a beacon. They tell you to go and investigate it. But you can look at it in a variety of ways. These are just 3 of the different ways. Now, if you look, a lot of this stuff with the connections, as I said, the intervals may not be a perfect interval every single time. The interval may vary a little bit. So if we were to get this little box to finally start agreeing with me, click this and do that. There we go. We may not have a perfect interval. We may have an interval that is a little bit off. It's not absolutely perfect in all times. It's just a little bit off, but it's kind of creating a cluster of intervals, right? So whenever you're dealing with k-means and k-clustering, you're kind of dealing with the concept that it's not going to be absolutely perfect. But you're going to take all of these different intervals that exist, and you're going to cluster them. So you can basically draw a circle around them and say, you know, they're not all perfect, but there's a cluster of them right there. You may want to do some investigation. And you could do the same thing with data size. You could do the same thing with duration as well. So when we're talking about what Rita is doing in the back end, that's what it's actually doing. I'm not going to save that one. We'll go back and we'll talk about Rita, and I'll show it to you. So whenever you fire up Rita and you run it, it just has standard text output because that's the way we're building it right now. It's written Golang, runs MongoDB on the back end, and what you can see, we have the score over here on the left. We have the source IP address, destination IP address, the total number of connections, the average bytes, the interval range, top interval. We got all the statisticky stuff. And if you guys want to install Rita, just go to BHIS, go to Project Rita, download Rita here, and it's just a Git project. You just simply run the install script on a Ubuntu 16.04 system, and it goes. Now I'm going to tell you a couple of quick things. This is not something that's like an inline IDS that's going to detect all the malware leaving your network. That's not the goal. It's going to take time for it to run. You need to feed it bro logs, and this install script will automatically install bro, configure everything for you, get it up and running. So we recommend giving it a system with a lot of horsepower, multiple cores, a lot of memory, because it's very CPU intensive to do that type of k-means clustering analysis that I was just talking about. It takes a while for it to run. Whenever it does run, it kicks out a wonderful little report, and it tells you what are some of the top systems that you need to investigate on your network. So let me show you a live one here. This is the one that Ethan set up for me. I hope this is the right password, and it is. All right. So Rita can import and it can do analysis. This little data set is not that huge, but whenever we show the data up here, let me zoom in. Once we get it set up, we can do Rita show beacons, and Rita does some more things. It'll do DNS blacklisting. It'll check to see if any connections are out to blacklisted systems. It'll identifying scanning behavior, so if you have a piece of malware on the inside that's trying to find an open port outside of the network and it's trying multiple ports, it'll identify that as well. But this is just the beacons, and it was prefix for database. Bruh is the name of the database that was imported. And whenever we run that, kicks out the data. We zoom out. And it gives you a comment delimited file, or a comment delimited text output. And if you want it to have nice headers, this would be something that you can import into an Excel spreadsheet or into an Access database. But if you want it in nice little headers, you just do a -H on the end, and it gives you the nice headers, and it explains what exactly is going on. So if we look at what Rita found here, it found some systems. This is on the inside of a switch, so it saw broadcast address information. Now, if you have something like 255.255.255.255, and it's got a bunch of data, and it's on a local layer 2 switch, you can just do a grep that out, and it'll basically drop that. But I want to show you the top one at the top. You can see we got score of 999651. That means that system was beaconing almost completely perfectly. And the inside IP address is 10.233.233.161, and the destination it was talking to was 52.5.123.12, which I think is the DigitalOcean IP address. I'm not completely sure. So it'll tell you, hey, this system is exhibiting very, very strong beaconing behavior, and you need to go and investigate this computer system and see what it's doing connecting out to that IP address. It made 14,039 connections. Its average byte size was 61841. Interval range was 598. Top interval was 300. Top interval count was 832. And then we've got our interval duration. It had almost a perfect beacon as well. So you can take this data, and now you can start looking for more advanced malware. Malware that may be using encryption for its C2 channel. It may be using a brand new IP address that's not on an existing blacklist to basically beacon out. You can even find some beacons in some situations like DNSCat2, for example, as well. So that's the tool that we've released for free. Everyone can download it. You can run it. As I said, give it multiple cores, give it lots of memory, and then just start feeding it bro logs. And we have full step-by-step instructions on how to import those bro logs. So let me just run Rita with no options, just an H. Shows you the options for it. It will do analysis. You can delete a database, import data from bro logs. You just basically give it to a path and a directory to them. It'll automatically import the bro logs. You can also set it up so it automatically looks in a directory and it adds in data into the database as bro rolls over and it adds more logs to it. You can reset all the analysis and rerun the analysis, show the beacon, show blacklisted IP address, and show the scanning data. And it's just cool. And we put a lot of work into it. Joe and Lisa and Lawrence and Katie and just our whole entire team has put a lot of work into this tool, and it's all free. Anyone can use it. It is still very much kind of alpha beta. We're trying to get people to run it, run into problems, let us know what problems they ran into, and trying to make it a better tool for the community. And also, we're looking for people that are really bright that say, hey, you've got a couple of really cool ways for detecting malware by doing statistical analysis. How about you try this technique? Because we need ideas. We need people coming up with new approaches for detecting the malware and contributing to the project as well. We have some other things we're going to be adding in, like X509 certificate analysis. If you have a certificate that was just created like a week ago in your network, you're going to want to figure that out. Same thing with domain name generation as well. So that is Rita. As I said, it's absolutely free, so you have no reason not to run it. And honestly, what do we think computer security was going to be, right? When we started in this field, and I know a lot of you are going to college right now, and I don't want to crush your hopes and your dreams, but you have this idea of computer security as sitting around with a cool Nintendo Power Glove, sharing a computer with a very attractive member of the opposite sex and typing on the same, that never happens. If you're here in college and you're like, I'm waiting for that day, that's not dating in real life. Just in case you're curious, it doesn't look like that. That's not how it works, all right? This is what we expected it to be. Unfortunately, the vast majority of security today is waiting for a spill up or cleanup on aisle 3. You know, someone spills olive oil or they click a link and they get malware on their computer. You go clean the malware up, then you go back to your basement and you wait for another breach. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Or some people, they're brilliant security practitioners and they spend all of their time doing audit and compliance. And that's tough, too. That's really, really hard. But this gives us an opportunity from a defensive perspective to actually locate where the bad guys are. I showed you just one tool. There's like 30 tools in ADHD that you guys can play with. And they're all designed to making life hell for an attacker. Go look at them. Play with them. We can do that geolocation trick. We can create Word documents. When the bad guy pulls them down, they beacon back, and we can identify where that bad guy is. A bunch of cool stuff like that. So you guys can have fun with it. So please check this stuff out. It's free for a reason. My contact information, that's our website. Offensive Countermeasures is our other company. Twitter, I'm at StrandJS. There's my phone number, and a bunch of other cool things at 504 Extra. Another thing, if you guys want to register for our free webcasts, we do webcasts like 2 a month on all kinds of different topics. You can register there. I would also like to invite every single one of you to come out to the other security conference that's going to be starting in South Dakota, Wild West Hackin' Fest. It's going to be in Deadwood, South Dakota, and it's right during Dead Weird. Now, if you guys don't know what Dead Weird is, it's a massive, massive Halloween party. And we're going to drop a whole bunch of hackers in the middle of that massive Halloween party and see what happens. It's like, oh, you're a geek, right? It's like, yes, that's what I am today for Halloween. Screw you, right? So I'd like to invite you guys out there. It's going to be October 26th and 27th. We're going to have tons of hands-on lab for software-defined radio hacking, Internet of Things hacking. This is what we're planning right now. How many of you guys don't have a car? Anybody here not have a car that would like one? Like, no, don't answer. It's a trap. So we're going to find a 2007 Ford Taurus that's completely beat to hell. And it has to have like the little key fob for unlocking it. And that's going to be our demo car for everyone to practice intercepting key fobs unlocks for cars. And we're going to let anybody that wants to unlock this car. But we're also going to have a CTF. And whoever wins the CTF wins the hoopty. They're going to get that Ford Taurus. So if you're like, I really need a car, and I'm going to warn you, I'm going to find the most rancid, horrible Taurus that I can find. It's going to be bad, folks, and you're going to get a chance to win that. Our speaker list is pretty. I'm going to fire Sierra. I swear to God, I hate this poster. It is not the best picture ever. It is horrible. You're so uninvited. We decided to go with this weird theme. But we have a bunch of really good speakers coming out. Deviant's coming out. He's going to come up to my house. We're going to grill steaks. We've got this joke that we tell my kids. You know, when you're driving through the countryside and kids see cows off in the distance, what do they say? Moo! My kids go tss, because that's the sound they make on Daddy's grill. Egypt is coming. I can't see Egypt if he's here. He's coming out. Are you and Rob going to present together? Are you and Mubix? Okay, he's going to be there. We've got Dave Kennedy is coming. We've got Secure Ideas coming. We've got Paul Azadorian coming. It's going to be a really, really, really good bunch of presenters. It's going to be fantastic. Check it out. We even have Mike Poore. This is a picture of Mike Poore. I don't know if you guys know this, but it came out recently that your microwaves have cameras in them. Mike Poore hacked his camera in his microwave, and that's him taking a picture from the inside of his microwave. So check it out, Wild West Hack and Fest. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I've got to go catch a plane. Oh, shirts. Hold on. Free T-shirts. It says, I am what I am because I RTFM. And does anybody know what this code is on Popeye's arm? And totally not Popeye's arm? It is a fork bomb. Very, very, very good. So come and get one of these shirts. And they're all free. They're right out at the table. Grab them. Get them out of here. We also have stickers. And that's it, everyone. Stick around. Egypt is coming up here next, I believe. So please stick around for that because he's much smarter than I am and more handsome, I would say. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Get out of here.
Check, check. All right, I guess we're about to get started. About time to start. Check, check. Can you hear me? All righty. Okay, so I am Egypt, and this is open source security and open source security. And I am a fan of the Oxford comma. It's important. So just some background so that you understand where I'm coming from. I think it's important to know what people are interested in and where they work and what they work on as a way to understand their perspective. So I'll give you a little bit of that. I've been working on Metasploit for quite a while. I started in 2007 playing around with it, started submitting patches. I got commit access in 2008. I started working for Rapid7 right when the acquisition happened in 2009. So I've been working in open source and security for a bit over a decade. But before we get into the details of what I want to talk about, I want to see a show of hands. Has anybody heard of dog rates? Dog rates? Yes? A few of you? Okay. For the ones who haven't, you're one of today's lucky 10,000 because this thing is amazing. We'll come back to it. So I want to talk about each of these things individually and what they mean for the various parts of our ecosystem, for open source, for security, and for open source security. Open source software and InfoSec are pretty closely related. They're also very different, and I want to sort of talk about the differences and why they're important. So today is going to be kind of a compare and contrast exercise for these various things. This all started, the reason I thought of doing this talk was this tweet from Josh Corman, who said that white hats have these motivations: protect, puzzle, prestige, profit, and protest. I want to go into each of them individually for both of the things, but I think for me, I probably major in puzzle. He says that he majors in protect, minor in puzzle. I got into this because the puzzle is interesting. The chase, the thrill of finding that bug that gets you a shell, the thrill of popping a box and actually using that shell. So for me, puzzle is really important. But I think most people in security wouldn't be in security at all if not for that protect piece. So I'll talk about each of those things a little later. First, I want to talk about open source. These are some very simplistic views of open source, these being the goals. Produce high-quality programs. That's the very first thing that most people think of when they get into open source. They want to make a thing that does the job. The whole point of open source is to produce programs, right? Things that people can run and make their job easier. Share work. For open source to actually have an impact, we need to share it. Other people need to see it. And that is a goal in and of itself. So you can share your work with other people, and they can share their work with you, and overall, you've both done more with less effort. Democratize code. People who start out writing code don't have a great backlog of things to start from, right? Someone had to write their first line of code at one point in their life to become a great programmer later. And you don't have the backlog of someone who's been doing it for a while without open source. Open source lets us spread the work among many and allow anyone who's starting out a great place to begin. And this idea of democratization started way back in the day with the idea of the meritocracy. And for anyone who's not familiar with the concept, it's the basic idea that we judge people based on their code, not on any other irrelevant bullshit that doesn't really matter, like gender or sexuality or any of those silly things. We judge people based on their code. Does it work? Does it do the job? Now, it turns out that humans really suck at that, and we do end up judging people for all of those silly reasons. But the idea, the goal of a meritocracy, I think is a lofty one that we should attempt to realize that ideal. So why do people work in open source? These are the goals, but what are their motivations? A lot of the things that Josh said in that tweet really fit with open source as well. But these are the ones that I think are most important. Puzzle. Puzzle is all about the challenge of solving a problem, and whatever that problem happens to be for your code. You know, you're writing an exploit. That's one kind of problem that you're solving. And this isn't really specific to open source. It's generalizable to all code as well. But solving problems is addictive, right? I talked about writing an exploit, but when you hit that, when you find the offset that makes your shellcode work, and you spend all afternoon in a debugger, and you've put a whole bunch of effort behind it, and you think you're really, really stupid because you just don't understand how it works, and then finally, that light bulb comes on, that button clicks, and everything fits together, and you pop that shell, and you get up and you do a dance because it's fucking amazing. That's puzzle. I like it. You stop seeing code, you see the matrix. You say, whoa, I know C. And it all fits together, and it's fantastic. That's puzzle. And dogs do puzzles too. And this is Shaggy, and he knows how the puzzle fits. He knows it all works. He just doesn't have any paws. He can't tell you how to do it. Or he only has paws. He doesn't have any thumbs. He can't do it. Such a heckin' good boy. Okay. Prestige. This one is important for a lot of people. Getting your name on a major project can be a big resume builder. It's huge for a lot of people. Hiring managers use open source as a means of filtering people. And for better or worse, that's the world we live in. So if you contribute to open source, you gather this prestige, this fame of working in the community, and people will look at that code and use it for hiring decisions. So it's not just about saying, you know, I got code on the Linux kernel or whatever. Having code on the Linux kernel has tangible benefits as well. There's some psychological things at play here too. People want to be recognized for their work, right? We thrive on validation. Knowing that someone you look up to likes your code is really empowering. It makes you feel good. You know, one of the defining moments of my career, when I felt like I had started to make some progress on becoming an actual professional, was when someone sent me some malware that used my code. I was like, the bad guys are using my stuff. That's amazing. You know, so seeing your code get used in weird places is really empowering and a solid motivation for a lot of people. Profit. And profit is maybe something that you would think of as a bad thing, that being motivated by profit is bad. And I don't see it that way, because I'm not just talking about the bling bling, right? I don't know anybody who's become independently wealthy by making open source software. I don't think that's actually a thing. But I do mean making a living. Lots of folks, including me, get paid for working on open source. And that makes it easier to spend effort on open source as well as whatever your normal day job is. So for me specifically, I write code that is open source, and that is my job. There are a bunch of people who are paid to work on the Linux kernel, and that is their only job. But that's not the only thing. There's a lot of people who For example, pen testers get paid to break into systems, but they write open source code to support that mission. And that falls into the same category. So it's an important motivation for a lot of people. When I was a kid, my dad told me that the secret to success is to find something you love enough that you would do it for free, and then find someone to pay you for it. I think I've pretty much done that. And I hope that every one of you can find the same thing. Not everyone is fortunate enough to find that, but it's pretty sweet if you can make it happen. One of the things that isn't in Josh's list is people, and this is important for open source because there's a strong sense of community in the open source world. People want to work with good people. It's human nature to want to belong. So the time you spend working in open source, working with other programmers, learning from them, learning from each other, builds relationships that will help you for the rest of your life as well. The corollary here, though, is everyone wants to work with smart, nice people that they get along with. The corollary is no one wants to work with an asshole. So don't be the asshole. And this ties back to prestige, because the people you work with are a great source of validation. If your colleagues tell you that they like your code or they help you solve a problem together, then that can be a great source of validation to say, yes, what I'm doing is good. And that's important psychologically. And so those are the motivations. What are the difficulties? These are some of the biggest for me, at least. So getting users is really important for open source projects. When you're starting out, the hardest thing by far is getting people to use your code. Larger, more established products still have that issue. It's less of an issue when you're big because more people know about you, but you still need new people coming in to keep from getting stale. And as an open source project, it's even more important than for closed source because those users are the pool of people that contribute. So you get contributors coming in from your user base. The people who use your code are the ones who will eventually contribute. And not everybody who uses contributes. Not everyone who contributes goes on to contribute more, but you have to have that base to begin with. So getting users is important. Getting contributors, like I said, is the next step. And then once you've got a larger user base and more people contributing, then the next biggest hurdle is the fact that you have a large user base and a bunch of people contributing code. In Metasploit, we have roughly 200 people a year who contribute at least one commit. And dealing with that many people is not an easy task. There's hundreds of pull requests every year. There are thousands of comments. There are thousands of lines of code to be reviewed. So it's not a small thing. And there are conflicting tasks too, because you have to make new contributors feel welcome. You want people to feel like they can contribute, that they can come in and help your project and do something good for the community, but you also have to have high standards. And that's not to say that new people are always going to write bad code. That's not true. But new people don't have the background. They don't have the experience with the code base, and they will make mistakes. Veterans make mistakes too. But we have to point out their mistakes and help them fix their mistakes without making them feel unwelcome. Because the whole process of open source has a lot of points at which you're telling people that their baby is ugly. If someone spent a lot of time to put together that pull request, right? If you've never done it before, figuring out how to do a git clone, making your change, testing your change, seeing that it works, then figuring out how to get it back up onto GitHub, then make a pull request, then follow all of the guidelines for the various projects. A new contributor puts in a ton of effort to give you code. So you have to be nice to them. A friend of mine recently coined the phrase, users are life, life is pain. And that it sounds mean, but that's not what the sentiment means. Users are the lifeblood of a project. So as someone who runs an open source project, you have to cultivate that. You have to bring in new users and you have to help them and make them successful. You have to build partnerships with them, not just throw out the code and say, here it is, good luck. Users are the life of your project, and without it, the project will wither on the vine. So it's very important to tell people that when you tell people their baby is ugly, because you inevitably must, that you do so nicely. Because you don't want to piss them off. So that's open source. Now motivations for security. Or goals. Let's begin with goals. The goal of security is to identify risk and do something about it, right? And this is very simplistic and distilled, but I think these are the important points. We have to identify risks, like what is actually a problem. We have to quantify the risk, figure out what that problem means, and we have to do something about it. We have to try to fix it. We have to mitigate. But then lastly, we have to report. And that's a piece that a lot of people miss. Because when everything is said and done, you have to communicate that risk to someone. And sometimes that's, in a pen test, you have to make a formal report that you give to the client, and really that's what you're selling. If you're a pen tester, you are not selling your skills. You are not selling your experience with exploitation or your amazing backlog of awesome OODA. That's not what you're selling. You're selling a report, because at the end of the day, that is the thing that you leave with the client. So that report has to be something that they can understand, and it has to be something that they can work with and do something about. If you're not looking to become a pen tester, you'll still have to do reports. Even if you're a blue team, you still have to talk to the CISO, right? You still have to talk to all of the IT people. You have to talk to the CEO sometimes. And it's nicer when you can have those conversations and be like, yeah, this is what's up, this is what we're doing, and we're making good progress, and it's great. Sometimes it's, this is how much money we're going to lose. That's a very your baby is ugly kind of situation. So learning how to communicate that is of top priority, I think. One strategy for dealing with this is to make the problem your shared enemy. And we do this in open source too. The problem is that the code doesn't work or that it doesn't follow the standards. That's the problem, and you and I are working together to fix that. In the same way, the firewall is not secure, so you and I are working together to make that problem go away. It's not the fact that you screwed up and did something bad on the firewall. It's the fact that the firewall is the bad guy, and now we have to fix it, right? And having that mindset of let's go in as partners trying to solve a problem and vanquish a shared enemy is much more useful in pretty much all contexts. So why do people work here? Why do we do this? I think it's really, really important to point out the protect portion here. Like I said, if I had to choose, I would say that I major in puzzle, but protect is still probably the most important single reason that most people get into InfoSec. It's not true for everyone, but most people probably have it for their first or maybe second motivation. And when your non-technical friends hear the word hacker, a lot of them think of that evil jerk who stole their mom's credit card, right? And I don't want that to be the case. We're not here to, we're not coming into InfoSec to perpetuate that. We want to work with them. We want to work against the shared enemy. Make people see hackers as their partners in this whole system, right? Knowing how things break and how they can be broken is kind of the only way that we can keep this whole house of cards standing. And we have to work together to solve the problem, right? Oakley here wants to work with you to solve the problem. Such a heckin' good boy. So when I ask my friends why they got into InfoSec, chances are pretty good that most of them will say because of the challenge, because it's fun, right? And I keep coming back to writing an exploit because that moment when you pop that shell is just, it's a high. It's absolutely worth your time. And really, that's a big reason why I'm here. I love shells, really. I just love shells. Prestige. And this isn't a major one for everybody. The same fame thing that I talked about for open source. But I wouldn't be here on this stage if it wasn't at least a minor motivation for a lot of people. I'm not here to become a rock star, but being on stage feels kind of cool. It's fun, right? And everybody who's gotten up here and given a talk, you're nervous the first time, and you feel kind of squiggly about it, and then you get done with it, and you're like, oh man, that was awesome. That's what I'm talking about. It has all of the same advantages as a motivation for people in InfoSec as it does for open source. It has the disadvantages too. So one of the things is there's no possible way that I can remember the name of everyone who follows me on Twitter. That's not a thing. I can't do that. My brain is not capable of holding that many names in my head. So one of the things that Prestige does do for you, though, is it helps you meet new friends. And that means that a lot of them are going to be smart. And I try to go through life with a philosophy that everyone I meet is an idiot. And then I'm happily surprised when it turns out that's not the case. And that works out a lot better. If you just assume everyone is really smart and then it turns out they're not so much, then it's really disappointing. But the other way, if you assume everyone is an idiot, then you meet them and find out that they're not. You're like, wow, the world actually is good. And if you meet those smart people and hang out with them, you have the ability to learn new things from them and potentially teach them new things too. I get all of my best ideas by stealing them from Mubix. So if not for this small amount of prestige, then that wouldn't have been possible. And back to profit, regardless of whatever else you do in your life, it's really nice to have a paycheck, right? Just like in open source, getting paid means you can do a much better job of what you're working on, right? You can work on open source in your spare time and spend 4 or 5 hours a week on it, and you'll make a cool thing and it'll be fun for everybody. But if you can focus on it full time, you're obviously going to be able to produce a much better thing. So profit is also important for InfoSec in the same way. If you don't get paid and you can't pay the rent, then whether you're securing something doesn't really matter that much. And protest. Josh went back and forth on this one, calling it protest and politics, and I feel that's fairly accurate because they're similar. The people I know who have politics as a primary motivator don't really want it to be. It gets thrust upon them, basically. Can I just get a show of hands? How many of you have heard of Wassenaar? The Wassenaar arrangement? Small smattering. Okay. The Wassenaar arrangement is a treaty between a whole bunch of countries that was intended originally to regulate the transfer and sale of arms. So big guns, as well as small arms. And there's a provision in there about cybersecurity. And it basically equates offensive cybersecurity tools with weapons. And that, I believe, is very dangerous. A lot of people have been working to counteract that. The way the Wassenaar arrangement works is it's a treaty, so all of the nations that sign on to this treaty are obligated to enact legislation that implements it. We've been working, and a lot of my friends have been working with lobbyists and decision makers in Washington to try to make sure that that legislation doesn't mean that all offensive security tools get shut down, because that could be devastating for our industry. If you don't know how exploits work because you've never seen one, how do you think you're going to stop one? As you might expect, this is a big deal for Metasploit, right? Fortunately, what we've got right now is a carve-out for open source specifically. If it is open source and everyone has access to it, then it won't be covered by this legislation. That's a huge win. It's only a partial step, though, because commercial products are still important. And anything that uses an exploit or takes advantage of a vulnerability, whether it's actually an exploit or not, could potentially be covered under this agreement. And that could mean that vuln scanners would have a really hard time too. And not being able to run vuln scanners would be a huge problem. So, more difficulties. As I said, as a pen tester, your product that you sell is your report. So you have to be able to go into a network, find all of the terrible things there, put them all into a report, tell the customer that their baby is ugly, and try to make them happy about it. It's almost a familial relationship, you know, like you're the little brother and you're coming in, or you're the big brother coming in, you beat the crap out of him, and then you have to say, okay, it's cool, we're still brothers, let's hug. And you have to do the same thing in a pen test where you have to convey to them that fixing this problem is exciting, and we can work together, and we have a shared enemy in this problem and fixing it. All of this comes down to people, right? All of these difficulties come down to people. You have to have those relationships, you have to build partnerships with people to be able to solve these problems. Because the baby's ugly. And, oh my God. Oh, I can't, I'm sorry, I'm gonna leave that there because I can't look at it. Yeah, okay, all right. So, open source security, that's a bunch of things. All the motivations that I've talked about for open source and for security itself really apply here as well. I think it's interesting to talk about the overlaps. So like I said, I'm personally coming from an offensive security background. Someone who does blue teaming all the time might have a completely different perspective, and that's totally fine, but there's a lot here that we can tear apart and dig into on the motivations and why people are really interested. So the goals of open source security, and I'm thinking about this as an attacker, like I said, are to standardize and categorize vulnerability. Right? We have CVE, we have CVSS, we have OWASP Top 10. We have these things to quantify so that people can understand the space better. So we need a way to give defenders a way to think about vulnerability and how to deal with it. And that's a big part of our goals. And democratizing security as an open source offensive tool, Metasploit in particular, aims to democratize the power of exploitation. If only bad guys had exploits, they would be incredibly powerful. Because that's all of the power of exploitation, of being able to break into a network in the hands of a few people. That could be incredibly powerful. By taking exploits and making them open source and available for everyone, we're diffusing that power across the world. We're saying, this is how this exploit works. Now you can understand it too. You can dig into this code, and anyone who wants to can put the effort in to understand it and do something about it. And if everything was closed source and you only had exploits in the hands of a small few people, that wouldn't be possible. And this comes back to my mention of meritocracy earlier, because we want to improve the world. That's why we're here. So about 30 years ago now, it's amazing that it's been that long, the Hacker Manifesto was released in FRAC. And I'd like to quote from it because it's such an important document for my own journey in this world. We explore, and you call us criminals. We seek after knowledge, and you call us criminals. We exist without skin color, without nationality, without religious bias, and you call us criminals. You build atomic bombs, you wage wars, you murder, cheat, and lie to us to make us believe it's for our own good, yet we're the criminals. Yes, I am a criminal. My crime is that of curiosity. My crime is that of judging people by what they say and think, not what they look like. I love that sentiment. I love it so much that I've basically dedicated my life to it. I work in open source, and I work in security because of that. Because yes, I am a criminal. I am doing things that you should not be able to do. I'm getting paid to work on open source software that pops boxes. You should not be able to do that, but here I am. And all of this comes down to people. So if you're new to this, if you're first coming in, learn to talk to people. Learn to communicate as clearly as you can about how to make the problem your shared enemy. If that's the only thing, if you only take one thing from this talk, it's that. Make the problem your shared enemy in whatever situation you find yourself in. When you're talking to a CISO and trying to explain how much money you're going to lose, that's the problem. The person who wrote the firewall rules is not the problem. So, in OSS security, specifically, most people are not programmers. You get a lot of pen testers, you get a lot of people working in networks as either blue team or as some kind of IT or whatever, but you don't get a lot of programmers. So for us specifically, we get a lot of first-time code. And that can be a big problem from the point of view of trying to maintain high standards of quality and following good practices and making sure that our code is maintainable. But again, this comes back to people, because the person who has spent a bunch of time putting together that pull request for you is motivated to get it done because they like your project. They think you're cool. So you can't, as a maintainer of a project like that, you can't let them down and throw it back in their face. So now here's the part where it all fits together. All of the little things, and yeah. The common theme here is that you're telling people that their baby is ugly, and you have to do that in a way that doesn't alienate. There are some strategies you can use to make that a little easier. Starting with some language hacks. The first thing is to say thanks. Just a simple thanks is really empowering, right? As a new user coming in or a new contributor coming in, it's important to say thanks for reviewing my code. Because as a maintainer, I spend all day reviewing code, and it can get tedious and tiresome, and if someone comes in as a jerk, it makes it really hard to want to work on that pull request, right? If someone comes in and says, hey, thank you for working on this, and thanks for helping me get it across the line so we can land it, I appreciate your help. Those sorts of things are huge. in making it possible to work on open source. The same thing if you are a maintainer, say thanks. They put a lot of effort into it. So thank you for contributing to this pull request. And it also helps as an acknowledgement of their work. Just to say, thank you, I can't look at it right now because I have other priorities for the moment, but thank you, I see this and I appreciate your work, I will come back to you. That alone can make the difference between someone who contributes once and someone who contributes for years. Avoid these 3 words: simply, just, and easy. And this isn't a hard and fast rule, but I think it's really important because when you're working with something that you've never done before, it's not simple. It's not easy. Saying obviously or of course you should be doing this doesn't make a lick of sense to a person who's never done it before, right? Obviously you should just use a hash here instead of an array. And someone who's never written Ruby before would be like, what the heck is a hash, right? So simply avoiding simply can make a big difference between whether someone sees you as helpful or as condescending. Use smileys, and this has always had a little bit of a stigma in professional emails, but fortunately I think that's going away. Smileys came about in a world where instant messaging was very informal. So smileys became informal because that's where they were used, and it was still a very handwritten letter in an email. Fortunately, I think this is going away because when you're writing in text, there is no emotion conveyed. There's no tone. You don't get to express a feeling along with that text. Smileys are a very simple thing that gives you the ability to add levity to something that might sound serious. When you say, your baby's super ugly, and you put a little smiley at the end, it doesn't sting so bad, right? And you also have to consider that there is a psychological bias for seeing written text as being more negative than it is. When people read words on a screen, they are much more likely to attribute negative sentiment from the writer than is actually there. Interestingly, there's also some research that suggests people who read a negative comment find the commenter more intelligent. And that's kind of messed up, and I don't know why that's the case, but it's also pretty easy to fall into a trap of getting the validation for being mean on the internet. I think that's a big part of why trolls exist, is because being mean on the internet brings a lot of validation, because people come in and they say, oh, that guy was really mean, he must be smart. And that's just something to do with our brains, and I don't know why that's the case, but it is definitely a part of the problem. So this guy comes along. Has anybody seen this? A few of you? Fantastic. Okay. So this guy comes in and he tells dog rights, your rating system sucks. You just change your name to cute dogs. Why are you so mad? He's coming in and saying your baby is ugly, but he's not doing it nicely. He's saying, why are you so mad? Well, you give every dog 11s and 12s. It doesn't even make any sense. But they're good dogs, Brent. They're good dogs. Every dog is a good dog. So to help this along, there are a couple of things that I think you can do to improve the world of all of us. First is show up. Johnny Xmas, did a couple of great talks last year about IRL networking for humans. Highly recommended. His premise is that you don't get networking done, you don't meet people by sitting on the couch. So get up, go out, meet people, go to meetups, go to cons. So you're all here, which means you showed up. Fantastic job. Because the world is not going to get better on its own. Networks and code are not going to become more secure on their own. For all this to work, we have to improve as a community. We have to meet new people. We have to get together and work on shared problems. And in part, that means coming to things like DakotaCon today. So the next step is talking to people, doing the networking, get the business cards, and really, I feel that a conference has been successful if I come out of it with a new project I want to work on. You go to a conference, you meet some smart people, and they tell you about the stuff they're working on, and you think, oh, that's awesome, I want to contribute to that too. That is a successful conference. So that brings us to the next thing, get involved. Contribute to open source. Even if it's just fixing typos or making some user-facing message a little clearer. The act of contributing to open source itself is highly rewarding. It's definitely worth your effort. If you've never done it, please go out to GitHub today, download something, fix a typo, and submit a PR. It will be worth your time. If you're currently enrolled as a university student, check out Google Summer of Code. Now, the timeline on this is pretty tight. The deadline is Monday, April 3rd. But basically, the program works like you, as a university student, contribute to an open source project for the summer for about 12 weeks, and they give you something like $5,000 for it. So Google pays you to work on open source for the summer. And you can do anything you want with that money. It's just like a regular job. You can pay your rent, you can buy food, you can spend it all on beer. That's fine. And I really like the project, the idea of the project, because it removes the financial barriers of working on open source. Like I said, profit is an important motivator. If you can't pay your rent, it's hard to work on open source. And lastly, this is probably my most important point. Be kind. You don't want to be friends with a jerk. Nobody does. Likewise, if you're a jerk, no one will want to hang out with you. Because no one likes being treated poorly. Linux has had a ton of contributors leave because of the extreme assholishness of Linus Torvalds. He is a jerk, and a bunch of people have left his project because of it. A couple of high-performing, prominent contributors left the project in the last couple of years solely because he's an asshole. Don't be an asshole. But none of that is to say that you can't be critical. Like I said, telling people their baby is ugly as tactfully as possible is a great way to, A, make their baby a little prettier, and B, make a friend. When you help people, they want to work with you more. The thing I love most about Dog Rights is that he's always really kind. He's always very positive. All of the dogs are good dogs. They're all 10s and 11s and 12s out of 10 because they're all good dogs. And I think open source and security has a lot in common with that, where we're trying to make the world a better place. We're trying to fix problems. We're trying to help people. And they're all good people. They're all good networks. So please, contribute to open source. Contribute to security. Make the world a better place. Thank you. Any questions? No? Oh, there's one.
So this isn't a P. I couldn't think of a P with that. But what about, maybe it goes along with people, but what are your feelings of kind of the educational
Right. I think that is a solid motivator for a lot of people. So the question was, what about educating other people and sharing your knowledge as a motivator? I definitely agree that it is one. It's pretty important for a lot of people, me included, because you get out there and you share your knowledge, that's more people to work with, right? You're meeting more awesome people who have smart ideas and good ways to solve problems. The more you teach the noobs, the more not noobs you have, right? So yeah, definitely. Any other questions?
How can we get involved to help out with the Wassenaar arrangement situation?
So the question was, how do we get involved helping out with the Wassenaar arrangement? Contact your senators. That's the biggest thing you can do. Look for lobbying organizations. I know that I work at Rapid7. Rapid7 has lobbyists specifically for that and the CFAA. The CFAA, by the way, is also 30 years old now, and it all came from the War Games movie. It's such a nightmare. But yeah, talk to your senators, call your senators, tell them that you want CFAA reform, tell them that you want protections in Wassenaar for offensive security tools and research. That's the biggest thing you can do.
What's your actual process as a maintainer for people's code when it's not up to snuff? Do you send them back comments? Do you kind of look over it, make changes to their code, and then send it back to them saying this is stuff I would do?
So the question was, what is the actual process for code review in open source? Yes, it's all of those things. With GitHub, the PR process is fairly well defined. Basically, a contributor will make a PR. I go through, find things that I would want to change about it. I make comments in the review on GitHub. Then I push a little button and you get all of them at once. And you can go back and fix them yourself. Or occasionally we get contributors that just disappear. We get a lot of drive-bys where someone will come in, submit one commit, and then ghost, and we'll never see them again. So in those cases, a lot of times we'll finish it up. We'll take that code, clean it up to the standards, fix any bugs that we find, and carry it forward on our own. So that's two basic ways of how it happens.
Yeah, as an open source code maintainer, how do you help and encourage others to understand your code base?
Oh, that's a great question. As an open source maintainer, how do you encourage other people to understand your code? Documentation is a huge part of that. Having good documentation will get you more contributors, definitely. It's one of the most important things for a small project is have good documentation, not just about how to use the code and the API and stuff, but how to install it, how to get it working. Because that's the first thing that people see. So having good documentation on how to get up and running as fast as possible, like run this script, it'll install the things, and do these couple of small little tweaks, and you're good to go. That kind of documentation and that kind of setup of having a quick on-ramp is huge. That's probably the most important thing.
Just to kind of follow up about that, you should also be granting merit based off the people that are coming in and helping clean up your documentation. It's not all about code.
Yes, absolutely. So the comment there was grant merit for people who clean up documentation. Absolutely. Contributions solely for documentation are super helpful, super helpful. Programmers don't tend to want to work on documentation. Nobody knows why. But it's really, really important for your project. So if you're new to this, that's a great place to get started. You don't need to know any programming to work on documentation in a lot of cases. So I highly recommend if you feel like your code is not up to snuff and you don't want to go through a code review process, try documentation. Go look at a project and say, all right, I got this installed, but these were some hiccups. This could fix the same problems for someone. And 9 times out of 10, that's going to be an A+ thumbs up, land it right away kind of commit. So the question is, what resources are available for learning how to write new Metasploit modules? Unfortunately, that's documentation that we kind of suck at. There are a number of tutorials online. We've got some things in our wiki that can help you out. That's probably the first place to look, is our wiki on GitHub. But unfortunately, we just don't have great documentation there. The biggest thing that most module writers do is start from an existing module. Say, something that looks kind of sort of similar to the thing that I want to accomplish, I'll go look at that code. And, you know, for the best way to improve your programming ability is to read a lot, write a lot. So go look at other people's code, really. Anybody else? All weekend? I'll see you around.
I on yet? I am. Is that good? Is that too loud? I sound really loud up here. Holy moly. Just a little bit loud, yeah. Is there a way to lower the decibels on the... How's this? The analog replacement of actually, is there can you adjust the volume? I'll just keep talking until, ooh, how's that? That's too soft. Here, I'll put it down here. All right. Is that any better? Did we get it? Yes, okay, good. I guess we'll start. I built this animation. It took me a long time because I'm not a graphics or software person, so I'm going to let it go for you. Yeah, worked. Woo! Do you guys recognize where that's from? Sneakers, yeah. There was actually, I can't remember what, there was like a Python script or something that would like generate this stuff. And what is it, NFS? Oh yeah, NMS, no more secrets. Yeah, so it took me like all day to make this, but totally worth it. The best title screen I've ever come up with. Okay, my name is Joe Grand. Thank you guys for coming. I am a hardware guy, hardware hacker, formerly trained as a computer engineer, and what else? I guess that's pretty much it. I live and breathe electronics. I've been involved in the hacker community since 1982, which was a really long time ago. I was part of a hacker group called The Loft, which was one of the first publicly facing hacker groups back in the day in Boston, where we were trying to spread the message of like the good side of hackers. And I'd always been this hardware guy, kind of lost in this world of network and software. And to this day, like we're starting to see hardware become more of a thing within the cybersecurity community and InfoSec and stuff. But it's like an untapped market. So this presentation really is a little bit about, it's not really a hardware security talk as much as it is kind of a talk about what hardware could possibly be used for other than the things you normally are expecting it to be used for. So I came up with this sort of sneaky circuits because yeah, we see talks at lots of conferences about breaking a particular piece of hardware or whatever. But I just thought this was fun to sort of change your perspective of like, all right, there's this piece of hardware, it's supposed to be doing one thing. Has it been tampered with? Has it been modified surreptitiously or by somebody to do something it wasn't intended to do as sort of a hack? Or was it done as a way to some malicious thing to spy on you or something like that? So this talk really is really just to kind of get you thinking. I guess as a show of hands, how many of you guys have sort of tinkered around with hardware or electronics or anything? About half. That's pretty cool. So, and how many of those half are students? Almost the same. Awesome. Okay. Well, you're on the right track. So keep doing that. Yeah. So this is, there's like this is sort of a sampling of stuff. There's, I could talk for days about hardware and projects and manipulating electronics and all of this stuff. But this particular presentation is sort of a sampling of like sneaky circuits, stuff you can do with electronics, stuff other people have done with electronics to modify them in some way. And we'll start with sort of probably the most common hardware injection, which the government has been doing a lot, our government and other governments. I won't spill any secrets in case you're trying to get into the NSA or something and trying to get a clearance. But there's been a lot of work in that area. And then we'll go into a few projects that I've worked on that are circuits that are doing sneaky little things. Okay, so hardware injection first. This is basically taking an existing piece of electronics, so an existing product, whatever it is, and modifying it in some way to do something either completely differently or maybe once in a while do something differently. So think about it as like a Trojan, like putting a Trojan into a piece of hardware. Or even probably more applicable is like a game console mod chip. Right, like taking a mod chip, sticking that onto your game console, like that's basically a hardware implant. You're injecting a piece of hardware into another piece of hardware to have the functionality change, whether that's to skip authentication, let you run homebrew games from different regions, whatever it is. Defeating code signing, defeating secure boot, lots of security-related types of things. So that's the main thing of hardware injection. A lot of times what people also do is use the hardware to gain some sort of software control. And what we're seeing a lot in the hardware space now, because so many people are using hardware devices as part of a network, especially with Internet of Things, connected, everything is connected, and it's completely ridiculous. But all of those things become attack vectors and become things that we can attack. So with a hardware implant taking advantage of software, that might be something, say, like a little hardware shim that plugs onto a debug port, an accessible debug port on the physical circuit board, but then will patch memory to let you do something else. So you see this intersection with embedded systems now, electronic devices, that you have the hardware component, you have the software, the firmware component, software running on the hardware, and you combine those together. So it lets software people get involved in hardware hacking as well. So this is sort of, if you wanted to do traditional hardware injection, if you do end up going into the government, this is what you would do. Somebody would place an order, you would divert the package, you would modify the product, and then ship it on its way. So I will show you a few examples of hardware injection, nothing groundbreaking, but really fun stuff. And this sort of thing, like hardware products can be modified at any level in their product. So, think about a mod chip, that's a circuit added to a different circuit board. But it could also be somebody during the manufacturing process maliciously, intentionally changing the circuit board layout of a product, say of a missile, to misbehave or misfunction at some unknown point in time somewhere else by extending traces of high-speed signals or extending clock lines, to have your crystal oscillator that's providing the heartbeat for the system move that far away so it could possibly induce noise from other things and cause problems in sort of an unexpected manner. So that's like a circuit board level thing. You also have like chip level stuff where somebody could modify the actual silicon die inside the chip, which we've had a lot of issues in the military with the supply chain of trusting the components coming into our defense and our offensive capabilities. It's happened in other industries as well, but the military has been a real, big concern of like, okay, chips are being manufactured in China, and then we're putting them into our products. How can we trust that those chips are actually being fabricated to the specifications that we are requiring, right? So it's like, we don't really have a method to look at the silicon die and see has it been changed. So there's all these different levels of ways that you can totally screw with systems. Like it's pretty fun. So if you are a malicious person, we always hear about in security hardware or humans being the weakest link. It could be somebody during the manufacturing process, modifying design documents. It's like Wikipedia, right? It's like if somebody makes a change on Wikipedia and you don't look at the history, you read Wikipedia, you're like, oh, sure, that makes sense. Like, it must be correct. It's Wikipedia. If somebody modifies a design document in some organization, imagine a large contractor that's making lots of products or a large assembly house. You modify something in there, say, oh, the bill of materials changed, use this component instead of this component, and nobody catches that, then you can go to market with something modified. This actually happens a lot, sort of unintentionally, when you go to manufacture products in China. And you hear like on Kickstarter and people making their own hardware a lot of times now, it's like, we're just going to design a product and send it to China, and it's going to be made, and we'll get hundreds of thousands of them back, and we'll sell them all and be rich. But it's actually a lot harder than that. But what happens is when you use a contract manufacturer, especially one offshore, they have their own relationships with their own part vendors and things like that. So I would send a product, with defined parts that maybe I would find through DigiKey of solid distributors and solid component manufacturers that I trust, send that to China, and unintentionally they would say, okay, well, we can get that part cheaper from this knockoff vendor over here, or we have a relationship with this other vendor. So they're changing components on products all the time, and a lot of engineers don't catch that when they go to market. So there's no kind of validation strategy. So it's actually really easy to do hardware injection at all phases across the process, which should make you really scary. So even if you're not designing hardware, everybody uses hardware, right? That's the thing, is like, that's what I want you to get out of this. It's like, it's so easy to do this. It's possibly easier than software attacks a lot of times, because there's just no process in place. Like software, you have people reviewing open source code, and you have people looking at things. There's not a lot going on in hardware, so it's just like a wide open area. We know about this because of credit card skimmers, right? This is a great example of hardware injection that we see The rule of thumb now is when you go to an ATM, you should like wiggle the card slot thing and like look for cameras and wiggle the keypad and like cover your hand when you're typing in your PIN so nobody can get it. Because we all know credit card skimmers are a big thing now. But that's hardware injection. And people are getting super clever. I'd actually tried to find some credit card skimmers online because I thought it'd be fun to like bring some to be able to pass out. But it turns out it's actually really hard to buy legit credit card readers online. I found one place in Poland and one place in Russia, but there was like $1,500 for basically an implant like the one on the upper right, which was the plastic cover with some electronics in it. I'm probably on all sorts of watch lists now, but it's all part of research. But yeah, so they're sort of hard to get, but they're actually really easy to make. And basically what these different types are some sort of implant or some sort of module that fits over the legitimate thing and will suck off your credit card data. So like the one on the front, this upper right on the green, you put your card in, the skimmer reads your credit card or your debit card information, and then the legitimate reader reads the debit card information. And then usually there'll be some camera associated that somebody else hides or that the attacker hides and can watch you enter your PIN. And those are pretty easy to make. Upper left is another one, another blank plastic piece with like, that one actually has, I believe, a possible camera interface to it. If you look at the top, there's the upper left of the top 4 pins. I think that's a USB interface, so the attacker could come later on, take this thing off, connect this whole device up to their computer, and suck out all the information that it's captured. So while it's hard to get skimmers, it's actually really easy to get the plastic pieces. Like if you do a search for credit card skimmer, what you'll see is the vendors advertising anti-fraud covers, which are basically the exact cover just without anything in it. So you can create your own skimmer. Don't, but you could. Unless maybe you use it like, to get into some door at school or, no, I didn't say that, don't do it. Lower left is another one that has a little Bluetooth module in it. And the cool thing about hardware nowadays is like the do-it-yourself community, the maker community has become so big that people are building all sorts of little breakout boards and modules that you can use to make stuff. So it's very easy to say, oh, I want to have Bluetooth connectivity, or I want to have a Wi-Fi module and have this product be an access point that I can connect to and get data from. So it makes it really easy. And that one down here, is actually, that's not on the ATM, that's on the PIN pad itself. So think about that, like when you're entering your PIN, this little skimmer in there is connected up to the PIN pad, reading the button presses as the legitimate hardware is also reading the button presses and then sending those to Bluetooth to some guy in the corner with his phone grabbing all your info. So that's sort of the traditional hardware implants. This is one that Eric Evanchik made and released at Black Hat 2015 called BLE Key. This is great if you're like a physical pen tester type of person. And this is a hardware implant for access control systems. And sort of the premise here is that no matter what you have for your front-end access control, whether it's RFID or biometric or keypad or whatever it is, most of the time with these systems, all those front ends just break everything down into like a very old industry standard protocol called Weekend, which is usually unencrypted. It has like the facility code and some user code, and it's just a very basic system. So even if you have like super, high-end, front-end, whatever, on the back end it's just like raw open data. So this concept was, let's take advantage of that and not even reverse engineer any of the contents of the data, but let's just pop open whatever front-end access control we need to, tap onto those lines of the Weekend protocol that go to the back-end system. Because if you think about like the industrial areas and whatever large-scale facilities and infrastructure, once there is some protocol defined and accepted, it doesn't change much, even if you know it's insecure, right? Like the internet. Once the internet got to us, we know it's insecure, and we still use it for security-related things. Same thing with Weekend, like the back end. So what they do is they pop the top off on the front of the reader, which sometimes is just a screw, slap in, I don't know if you can see, but this little circuit board here taps on to the wires that are needed. So there's like a ground and a positive and negative for the Uyghur, data 0, data 1 line for the Weekend protocol. And then no matter what the person does on the front end, puts their badge in, whatever it is, it just captures all that information, sends it over Bluetooth to an app, so then you can replay that later on to get access, because the card reader doesn't know any different. Is it a legitimate card, or not the card reader, the back end doesn't know the difference. Is it a legitimate card, or is it a spoofed card? If there's some intelligence on the back end, it might be able to know, okay, well, Joe just walked through the door. He shouldn't be able to go through again. But that depends on the level of sophistication of the facility. But a neat little implant. Kenny McElroy from a very, what's the right word? He creates a lot of stuff for the community. Techno hippie, yeah, techno hippie. Lives in Portland also. And he does a lot of stuff with like the Dorkbot Portland community, cool group of techno hippies. And he created one that's sort of a BLE key, but he calls it the ESP key. And that uses an ESP8266, which is a very easy to use off-the-shelf Wi-Fi module. So now instead of requiring Bluetooth connection, you can have a Wi-Fi access point and have this thing look like a Wi-Fi access point. And it gets powered off of the actual access control power lines as well. So you could put it there and then be much further away, connect up to the thing, and there's like a web interface to get stuff up. So a lot of stuff in this area. This one is sort of more of like hardware emulation than pure injection, but I like this example because it kind of shows you that just because something looks like a USB thumb drive doesn't mean it is a USB thumb drive. So to think about that to make you paranoid. This is the USB rubber ducky from Hack 5, and it basically is a device that emulates USB HID class keyboards. And if you think about computers, computers just inherently trust USB HID class devices, like keyboards and like mice. And it's very, very easy to create a device to emulate that, to become its own keyboard. So there's a lot of projects in this space if you search for bad USB and other things. But this one has a very defined community around it. It provides this scripting interface, so you can actually create scripts and payloads. I just like Metasploit comes to mind. It's like Metasploit for physical hardware access. People write these modules and submit them to this community, and you can grab those and say, okay, I want to have something that runs Notepad and prints Hello World, because you plug this thing into a computer if it's unlocked, and it becomes a HID class keyboard pretty much right away, and then just type stuff really fast. Fast enough that even if you're sitting there with the thumb drive in, like it's typing so fast you can't do anything about it. So one trick is like, if you're maybe doing a pen test or something around school with permission, you'd have a bunch of these rubber duckies, and you'd say, confidential information, or do not load, or whatever. And of course, somebody's going to take that and be like, ooh, I wonder what's on it. Joe's secret images, or whatever. And you put that in the machine, it does something. So, it's just a common thing. People are like, oh, USB thumb drive. But there's stuff in here of like, once you have physical access to a person's machine, it's over anyway, but this is like a super quick way to do it. You could like grab Wi-Fi credentials, or open a remote shell, or all these other network hacker related things you can do. Sort of fun kind of trickery. So another keyboard related one, Sammy Comcar did this in 2015. This is a hardware implant that takes an existing wall-mounted USB 5-volt charger and adds in a little, I believe it's an NRF module, Chipcon or Nordic Semiconductor radio module that's the same as a bunch of the Microsoft wireless keyboards use, and basically can sniff traffic from certain types of Microsoft keyboards and store that and notify the attacker if a person has typed certain things or certain keywords. I have injection here in brackets because apparently there is injection code. So you can also inject keystrokes back in, sort of like USB rubber ducky, but wireless. But Sammy hasn't released that. Maybe he will if enough people, send him email. The FBI actually released a private industry advisory about this when it came out, which is silly. Like, it shouldn't have been a private advisory. It should have been to everybody. But it's just sort of another thing. It's like, okay, you see a wall charger, like, is that really a wall charger? Especially if stuff is coming from offshore, like, you have no idea. And how many people open up their wall chargers when they buy them? Right, okay, so nobody, right? This is one that's sort of funny. So, I mentioned chip-level types of attacks, which are very, very hard. You need really complex equipment to do them, but this one doesn't. And this was created by a student taking some classes, some electronics classes, where the subtitle to this is How to Subtly Troll Your College Instructor. So for those of you in school, this could be a great example if you're doing any sort of digital logic class or electronics class. What he did is, so this particular project, he had to create a digital logic system, like a counter. So you would press a button and the counter would go up, you press another button, the counter would go down, and you reset it. So it's sort of a standard logic thing with digital logic. And I'll show you a video of it on the next page. But what he wanted to do, his website's actually hilarious, by the way. If you go there and look at all the other stuff, like I was on the airplane on the way here just like busting out laughing, and the guy's looking at me, sitting next to me, he's like, what is so funny? But yeah, so really, really cool stuff. So what he did is said, okay, I'm going to build the basic circuit, but then I'm going to modify one of the logic devices, which turns out to be the one that's driving the 7-segment LED, which you'll see. I'm going to put a microcontroller, which can run my own code, inside of the legitimate logic device, so have it function normally, and then every once in a while, instead of displaying what it should be displaying, I'm going to display secret, words, bad words. Except for one. One says hello. I won't say the other ones in case my kids are watching. Yeah, hilarious. So you can see, like, here's the main chip. He routed it out, stuck a smaller microcontroller inside, ran the wires out to it, and then wrote the code to do the emulation. So just a really cool example of what could be done. So think about this, like if a chip vendor was manufacturing a chip, and they modified the actual silicon die instead of routing out the thing and putting it in their own package. Like, again, there's like really not a very easy process to find that. So here's a video. He's just going to show, like, there's the counter up here, counting up, counting down. The reset works. And then mysteriously sends out a little message, hello. And then it goes back to normal operation, which is just totally awesome. And it turns out that the teacher never discovered this, which the guy was really disappointed about. So after he got an A or whatever, and he emailed the instructor, and a month later the instructor responded and said, thanks for the info and all the best. So like totally didn't even appreciate the hack. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, I think it's funny. So that's hardware implant. I do want to mention too, Joe Fitzpatrick gave a talk at Black Hat US 2016 called The Tau of Hardware and the Tay of Implants, which shows a few other like very easy implants that you can make yourself with off-the-shelf modules and put into, say, like an industrial control module if you want to screw with a SCADA system or something like that. Lots of stuff you can do, so you should check out his presentation as well. Okay, so audio generation. This is getting into some of the projects that I've worked on, more for just kind of the sneaky, malicious, being annoying sort of thing. This one is a project I built when I was 13, and it still works, and I have it right here, and I'll show you a demo of it. It basically is just a very simple high-frequency tone generator. And it was just, a really cool, very simple thing that can annoy a lot of people if they can hear these high frequencies. And this is, so this was a Sucrets box, which I think now the common thing is to use like an Altoids tin to put your electronics in. I don't know if Altoids was around in 1989. And here's a circuit board that I'd hand etched to make, and my soldering's gotten a little bit better. But here's like I'd glued a speaker, so there's a little hole on the back of this Sucrets box and the power switch, and then that little knob to adjust the frequency. But the whole thing was basically to make something that was really annoying. And there's some other examples of this more recently, like ThinkGeek has the Annoyatron, which makes like a high frequency beep every once in a while, so you hide it in somebody's office or in the classroom and like people can't find it. And there's one, you can make your own, like SparkFun has an example of they have an H2O no water sensor that you can have modified firmware to do the same thing. But this was like the easiest way to do it, which is just a very simple timer. I'll show you the schematic of it. Here's the inspiration. When I was putting these slides together, it turns out that the text file that I had read when I was a kid is still available on textfiles.com, which is run by Jason Scott, an old friend and digital historian and archivist of everything digital. So I got to read like the original text file again, which is awesome. This picture is a scan of my original file. So that's why it's like sort of yellowed. But like imagine being 13 and reading this. It's like amazing, right? Hardware, and I was like already into electronics and hardware and stuff, but like this pretty much sealed the deal of like I can build whatever I want to build, and like, it's just awesome. So yeah, in the fast-paced world of education, one often finds oneself with a burning hatred towards one or more teachers or fellow students. Is that true even in college today? I don't know. You don't have to answer. This article will describe how to build a little device that will emit a very high frequency that is extremely annoying to most people, and it will wreck concentration and can cause nasty headaches, which is totally true. So what I did with this when I built it is I put it together, brought it into my classroom, and just left it on my desk and like had some tissues there to sort of pretend that I was sick, and just left it on the desk, and it made this high-pitched noise. And the thing with high frequencies is that it's hard to identify where they're coming from because they're bouncing all over the place in the room. So you can leave it there, and like the teacher had no idea, and everyone's like, "Oh, what's that noise?" I don't know. It was actually pretty funny. And I explained that to my kids the other day when I pulled this thing out of the box, and like they thought this was super cool. I'm like, "Guys, you can't do that in school. You'll get in trouble." But it was funny because my wife couldn't hear it, and like some adults lose their high frequency hearing, and she lost it, I guess. So here's a little schematic just to show you how easy it is. Oh, so yeah, this is the scan of my original. So those spots there are spots of ferric chloride that I'd used to etch my original circuit board. Ferric chloride is not something that you want to have like splashed on things, but I didn't really know that at the time. Because you dip the entire circuit board, copper-clad circuit board, into ferric chloride, and it etches away the copper, and then gives you your circuit board. So yeah, I just thought that was cool. It's like authentic. Authentic text file. This is how we read schematics back in the day with ASCII art, which is why I'm a huge fan of ASCII art. So it's basically a 555 timer, which is a very common kind of basic electronics chip, and creates, with this circuit, what's called an astable multivibrator, which is just basically like a clock output, like a very precise clock output. You can use the potentiometer, which is R1 up there, to adjust the frequency. And what you want to do is you adjust it to as high frequency as you can. Here's a little audio output, just so I could put an oscilloscope screenshot in there. But right now I have it set to 13.4 kilohertz, which actually isn't really that high, but it's high enough. Like it gets really annoying. I had this on in my office to see, like, would it really give me a headache? And like, it actually gave me a headache. And then I could hear it in my head for like an hour after. So here's a little circuit. I know it's sort of hard to see, but I'm going to try to hold it up to the speaker. I have no idea if this is going to work, if the microphone will pick up this frequency, but we'll see. Can you guys hear that? Is that super annoying? Okay, should I turn it off yet? Yeah, okay, so, I don't know, so how many of you can hear it? How many of you cannot hear it? Interesting. A few people. You guys must be old. That's actually a good way, like if somebody's not telling their real age, right? You could like turn it on and be like, do you hear this? Yes? Okay, you're lying about your age. Okay, so that's, annoying audio stuff. This is so fun. So we'll talk about video stuff. So a few years ago, I created a device called the Besodomizer. And yes, it's sort of like what you think. So this is a video interception and kind of injection tool. And I originally created this with Zaz to release it at DEF CON 16 because we didn't have anything else to work on at the time. So we're like, let's just make this thing. The propeller processor was sort of a new thing, this 8-core, multi-core processor that you can do lots of stuff. They had some great sample code for generating VGA output. So I was like, cool, let's take that and screw with people. So the Besodomizer sits in line with a normal, PC output, and then connects up to the monitor or projector or whatever it is. And in normal operation, it will just pass through the video. Everything's fine. But then it can be either remotely triggered with an infrared remote or set with some timers, some dip switches. So, once you plug it in, X minutes from then, it will do something. And what it does is basically switches in the propeller's VGA generation. and we had it as a text only. Actually, the limitation for the code we had was text only, 1024 by 768. But with text, you can make great old Windows BSODs and awesome ASCII art, right? So the best of both worlds. So here's a block diagram. Sorry, it's not any prettier. But basically, it's like you have your VGA coming from your computer, going through an analog video switch. So normally it's just passed through, straight through. And then we have our parallax propeller with the video switch. When we enable it, it just switches over to a different system generating the VGA. So it's totally isolating the PC and now generating its own VGA, putting it up onto the monitor. And we didn't know how people would react to this, but we thought it would be interesting. This was, May 22nd, 2008 is when we did this. So here's a little demonstration. So at the time when we made this, Zaz and I were filming a TV show called Prototype This on Treasure Island in California. It's on Netflix. Go steal it or whatever to just watch it. I don't care how you watch it. Just watch the show. And so this was like we were working on something, but like we weren't filming at the time. So we're like, let's go film this and screw with one of the other co-hosts of the show, Mike North. Like it was lunchtime or something. It's like, let's go put this on his machine and see what happens. This is a highly cut version. The long version's like 5 minutes, which is on YouTube. You have to sign in as an adult because it got flagged as like adult content. But this is like, just the short version. There is some ASCII art at the end and some swears. So if you're under 18 or you're, somebody's watching online or something, cover your eyes and ears. But I couldn't cut out all the swears or there would be no video. So let's see, is that it? Can you guys hear that? Good sound? Okay, all right, here we go.
All right, the V-Sodomizer is done, and we're going to go set this thing up on our first victim.
So he's like making his quinoa bowl or whatever he does. And go stick it on his machine. The funny thing that we didn't know at the time is he had his laptop with one monitor, but then he had a second monitor.
And there you have it, our first V-Sodomizer suspect set up for V-Sodomy. He's going to be fucked.
So now we secretly spy on him. Yeah, so he has his laptop monitor and his main one. So you'll see that only one displays the BSOD because that's the only one we intercepted. So Zaz walks by with the remote, very, very covert. He didn't even know. And now you can see him all of a sudden like, huh? What? BSOD?
Do you have any comments? Like, oh shit, it's a blue screen of death. No. Fucking, that's serious ASCII art there. Wait, I think we have to tell him something? What the fuck, guys? You just being de-sodomized. Fuck you guys.
Okay, so what I forgot to mention is that one mode of the system, you would put up a fake blue screen of death, so legit Windows fake blue screen of death, and then like 10 seconds after that, it would put this on top. All right, so it's like, oh shit, my computer actually blue screened, and then you see that and you're like, oh phew, it didn't, it's just goatsy. This tool also would detect if you've rebooted your machine. So if you have it on the timers, which you would set with the dip switches, when you reboot your machine, it would just BSOD again. So that's fully open source. Actually, all of these things are fully open source if you want to go build your own and stuff. All right, so a few years pass. VGA, like some people still use it, like for this presentation actually would have been great because we have VGA output. But most people are using HDMI, right? So let's try to do something with HDMI. It was another time of like, all right, we didn't have anything else to present. Like let's do V-Sodomizer HD. That's a great idea. Not a great idea. But we thought it was at the time. So what we wanted to do is try to do the same thing with HDMI, but then also add additional features that could be more useful for like pen tests and things like that. Because it actually turns out that most people that were using V-Sodomizer were not people just screwing with each other, but people using it to like stick into, they would do a pen test, red team, physical penetration somewhere, stick the besodomizer on there, and then have it throw up something else, randomly. Like I'm in your box or whatever it is, to prove that they were there. So this one we wanted to do things like be able to have the user load whatever images they want from an SD card, 1080p, full color, and then also do frame capture. So since this thing was in line with HDMI, there's really no reason why we couldn't just capture a single frame and store that back in the SD card. It turns out that working with FPGAs are super difficult. They're field programmable gate arrays, basically a blank slate of digital logic, as opposed to a microcontroller where you write code. FPGA, you design in hardware. And it was a great experience for us to, or for me, to learn about the hardware, because Oz luckily didn't have to look at the code too much. But it was like, for me, it was like, all right, let's learn FPGAs. Now I never want to work with them again, but it was really fun. And here's the prototype down here. So I used like an off-the-shelf FPGA development board and then built up my stack of circuitry on top. And we had built functionality in there for, we use an Apple remote this time instead of like a Sony TV remote. And you could adjust the timing. You could switch on the, your video output and all sorts of other stuff with the remote. It had battery monitoring, so this thing was had an internal rechargeable battery that would be charged from the HDMI line and then used. So it's sort of trickle charging from the HDMI line when it wasn't being used and then enable itself. So you didn't have to put batteries in, you didn't have to worry about anything. So it was really neat. But we only got as far as the prototype. We didn't get the screen capture working, we didn't get the user loadable images working, but we did, for demos, get 1080p 1 bit per pixel, so monochrome images that you could load into the block RAM of the FPGA. So you basically preload your image in. So we did one of like, the Windows 10 BSOD had a QR code, which is great for attackers, right? I have a video that I don't show here, I show in the main presentation of my wife, who has never used Windows 10, but I told her, like, scan this QR code when it comes up. So she, pretends, oh no, blue screen of death, and then scans the QR code and it's a Rickroll, and she'd never been Rickrolled either, so it was like a double whammy. But if you think about using this in a situation where you are doing a pen test or something, and you trick somebody into scanning a malicious QR code and go somewhere else, like that's great. Yeah, so we can create full graphics, but single bit per pixel. Here's a signal path, similar to the regular besodomizer. We have our the switch, but we have a splitter here as well. So we want to split off the HDMI signal, so then we can siphon off the contents when eventually we do capture, which is actually never going to happen because I'm not working on this anymore. It's too hard. You can watch the full presentation for the reasons why, but it was a good proof of concept. And actually, I already know, as far as like open source code goes, Egypt mentioned this, it's satisfying when somebody takes your code and uses it for something else. So once we gave this presentation, like a day later, I received an email, and somebody had already used our HDMI generation code for something else. And like that was really satisfying because I don't normally like abandoning projects, but this thing was such a huge waste of time that I was okay with it. But for somebody to use some of that code was just super satisfying. So like that's the the good that came out of it. Okay, so this video is. Oh, yeah, okay, so you can do a lot of really gross images with 1 bit per pixel, right? You can do grayscale or dithering or whatever it's called. So I did a 1080p dithered goatsy, not ASCII, but real goatsy, for my friend Jeremy here to prove the concept. And he was totally unaware of it. I was like, watch this video. And he watched it, and then I switched on the BSOD, and he was completely grossed out. But another thing we had built into this is you could do animations, because you're basically updating the video buffer on the fly with the FPGA. So Zaz and I came up with a way to do static, which you don't normally see static with HDMI. So I thought that was sort of a fun, kind of family-friendly way to screw with people, of like have something happen and then have it go to static. So this is one I was demonstrating to Jeremy again, and he didn't actually know what was going to happen, but you'll see I had some audience, some family members in the audience for this one. So he's watching the normal video. And then I switch over.
What happened?
Daddy.
Did you break it?
No, Daddy uses besodomizer.
You guys are trained well. Yeah, so I don't know. Animations. And teaching your kids young about screwing with people with electronics. All right, so another thing, So, that was audio, video, hardware injection and stuff. Now we'll talk about data exfiltration. Like, we hear a lot about this on the network side of, like, how can attackers exfiltrate data? Like, how did whatever attacker get 50 gigs of data from this system with nobody noticing, right? Like, it's actually really easy to exfiltrate data from networks. But with hardware also, that's the thing of, like, how can we get data off of devices in some covert fashion? There's been a lot of research in this area, a lot of academic work, but some really good practical talks as well. So some of these are worth shouting out. Richo worked on one called RadBIOS. Also, Marcus Kuhn and Ross Anderson gave a talk quite a while ago and wrote a paper called Soft Tempest, which is one of the earliest works on covert data exfiltration. But basically, having a computer system or having some sort of system send messages out that shouldn't be there. So maybe it's something sending credit card information. Maybe it's something sending unencrypted information. Maybe it's something sending the firmware of a device that shouldn't actually be allowed to be extracted. So these are sort of three of my current favorite ones. And usually when you're exfiltrating data, it's either with RF, like radio frequency, or acoustic, so sound. The temperature of a component can be modified. You can extract data that way, or optical. And these are definitely worth checking into. But I thought optical would be the most interesting. And I wanted to do a little experiment of, like, how easy is it to create a device that could send a secret message through optics, through using an LED. And it turns out, in that case, there are other really good papers on that subject. But I wanted to make, like, a little open source hardware module that people could make and, like, build and walk around their house and see, like, are things sending out data that shouldn't be? Because it actually turns out that a lot of really bad engineering design and ways to, like, save space on hardware, designers would connect LEDs directly to data pins. So if you saw, if you see a device that has, like, a status indicator of, like, data transmitting or whatever, like, that could potentially correspond directly to the data being sent. So if you had a way to extract that information, you could actually figure out what it is. That's not as common anymore, but it still is something. So I wanted to see, okay, how possible is it to create something that I could use LEDs? You're basically modulating the light so fast that the human eye can't see it, but some sort of receiver module could. So what I did in this case, I have a hardware hacking training class that I teach. How many of you guys are going to that tomorrow? Cool. That's like 10 people. That's awesome. That's really good. So you guys will see this. Everyone else won't. This is a circuit board, a little G-shaped circuit board in the shape of my logo that we use in the class for all sorts of things, hardware hacking exercises and stuff. So I took one of these, since I had hundreds of them, and said, all right, I'm going to use one of the LEDs and send a secret message. Here's a little schematic of that part. This isn't going to give any clues away for you guys who are hacking stuff tomorrow. But it's just a single LED driver with a single I/O pin. I wanted to try to do this in the easiest fashion I could, so I ended up using a UART interface, so a asynchronous serial output that we see on lots of embedded systems, lots of devices. If you think about, like, old DB9 connectors with your mice and stuff, like, that was all actually, I'm not sure that was UART. That's a lie. Root consoles, things now with circuit boards, when you connect up to them, it's just a very easy way to transmit and receive data. So, and a lot of times that just ends up being like a printf call. So with my little development board and some software, I just had printf, point my output to this particular I/O pin, and just sent secret message. So, like, there wasn't much to it to create this covert channel. Now, if somebody was looking through my code, they would see, oh, wait a second, why is there this call referencing this block of text and sending it out that string? But if nobody's doing that, you would just turn this thing on. I'll turn on the secret mode, and, like, the LEDs are just all on. Like, you don't know if something is sending any data. So it was very easy on the transmit side. On the receive side, I ended up putting together 2 different receivers. Again, all open source stuff. You can go to my site and build. The one I'll show here is a digital receiver. This one uses a fiber optic receiver module. That's cool because it basically takes in NRZ data, non-return to zero data, which is the standard asynchronous communication protocol, which is common also with an audio interface called Toslink. For you guys who do, like, AV, stuff, like the AV guy back there probably knows Toslink. It turns out that that's NRZ as well. So I just found this off-the-shelf module that if I'm sending the data in the right format that this receiver is expecting, it will decode it all for me, and like I basically don't need any other supporting electronics or anything. The problem is that you can't fine-tune it for a particular target or frequency or wavelength or anything like that. But a great, super easy way to do it. And what I have for the digital one is it connects TTL level asynchronous serial into a standard FTDI interface. So TTL level to USB. So now you can have like a virtual COM port on your computer, plug in your little detector, walk around the house or whatever, put LEDs into there and see what data is being transmitted. The analog version I wanted to do to give me some more control of what's going on with the signals. And this one, and I wanted to learn also a little bit more about analog electronics because I'm not really that good with it. So I found this application note from Maxim Semiconductor, Maxim Integrated, using a few different op amps in a way that you could take a photodiode, which is going to receive the light, convert that, which is actually a current, convert that into a voltage, adjust the gain, and then threshold it as ones and zeros. So basically taking an analog signal and making ones and zeros out of it, which is awesome. There's a full presentation about this as well, all those details. But I'll show you the digital one now, just as a fun example. So here's the badge. I've already put it in the secret mode where all the LEDs are on. See if I can load. Let's see. Got to mirror my screen. Cool. All right. So I have CoolTerm on here. This is a terminal program for the Mac. So here, I know it's hard to see, but here's this little circuit board with the receiver, which is like this big giant thing here. So this is used in like, good AV equipment. It's meant for fiber optic cable, right? So usually you'd have a plug that plugs in here. I don't have a plug, I just have an LED. So it actually turns out that I can just shove the LED directly into the little receiver. And then there's just a switch that you can switch between inverted and non-inverted data depending on the protocol that's being used, if it's NRZ inverted or non-inverted. So I should have everything set up here. I'm already enabled to this FTDI USB to serial adapter. And I'm going to just stick the red LED in, because that's the one that it's tuned for, is red. And there's going to be noise until I align it just right, because it's so bright in here. Let's see. There. Insert secret message. So this thing is actually sending the secret message to here, and you can't see it from here. So that's optical covert channels. You can clap if you want while I put the slides back. You don't really have to clap. All right, so that's just a fun little thing to sort of prove that it can be done. Okay, so the last little sneaky thing, this demo I have to show you a video of, and this particular project is the first time anybody's seen it, so grand unveiling at DakotaCon, live on stage. This is something I call the dip flip whisker trick. And this is really why this whole talk came about, because I needed a way to show off this little project, so I had to create the rest of the presentation around it. This one was, basically I was talking with a friend of mine, inspired by a friend of mine named Whisker from the Toy Makers IRC channel. And we were talking about, like, what sort of stuff could you do with hardware? Like, what kind of sneaky things can you do? And we talked about injection and all the common things. And he wanted to do something taking a digital logic device and having it in some way that if you change the orientation, it will behave differently. And I was like, oh, that's a cool idea. Like, I wonder if I can do that with a microcontroller. So what this project is basically shows that you can have a single microcontroller, and normally with integrated circuits, when you use them in a system, pin 1 has to be, it's not a non-polarized thing. Like, you have to plug it in the correct orientation or it's not going to work. So the whole premise here is like, can we create something that operates normally in one orientation, but when you flip it around, it will operate in a different way, like an alternate mode, which I thought was really cool. I haven't fully thought of like why somebody would want this, but it does show like you can have, if somebody, again, during the manufacturing process, if there's some extra code in there that they've injected and like they flip a few chips around and nobody's doing inspection to make sure pin 1 is right, maybe those go out in the field and then screw with somebody later or damage something. Yeah, so this one, there's also sort of like, I was thinking of other names for it, and I was thinking like to call this like this chip goes both ways. I just didn't know how well received that would be. So I called it the dip flip whisker trick. Okay, so these are two different pictures, but basically the same thing, right? Except there's one chip facing up and one chip facing down. So what I did is basically scoured through lots of data sheets for microchip microcontrollers until I found one that I would actually be able to make work and not break when you flip it around. Because it turns out that just the way that a lot of chips are wired, if there's like a power pin on one corner and a ground pin on the other corner, if you flip that around, then you've just shorted ground to power and power to ground, which is not good. Like you would release the magic smoke. So I was able to eventually find a chip that when you flip it around, as long as you set the state of the pins the right way, like you wouldn't damage it. And it just turns out to be this PIC 12F16 or 12F629. So I have like power here, but then an input pin here. So if I flip the chip around, I could just have, I would have in my code set pin 5 to be an input. So that means it would just be reading a state of high no matter what. And the same thing with ground. If I had ground here, I'd flip it around. That was an I/O pin. So I could just set that to be an input. So I wouldn't damage anything if I flipped it around. And it turns out that I had a few extra pins that I could actually do stuff with. So the schematic here, you can see like if the diagonals 1 and 5 are going to be the same, 8 and 4 are going to be the same. Pins 2 and 6 are what I call the sense lines. Normal operation, GP5, an I/O pin, is going to be low. If you flip the chip around, now GP5 ends up being over where pin 6 is, and it's high. So the chip itself knows, oh, I'm flipped around, let's do different functions. So that was pretty neat. Here's the action shot. This is a video before I made a little circuit board for it, but I do have some circuit boards up here if you want to take a look afterwards. So here's the demonstration of it.
What I have here is a 8-pin microchip PIC microcontroller, and here is a FTDI FT232 based USB to serial adapter. This one is the FTDI friend from Adafruit. So I'm going to go ahead and plug in this adapter to power up the circuitry. Over here on my computer, I have CoolTerm running, which is a terminal program. I'm just going to hit any key on the keyboard, and now we see the microcontroller is transmitting the letter A. What I'm going to do now is take out the microcontroller, flip it around, put it back on the board, go back up to the terminal program, hit any key. Now we see letter B.
Thanks. I thought there was more. The video is actually longer, which will be on YouTube whenever I sit down. But I'm like, if you don't believe me, I'll flip it around again, and it goes back to A. So, but yeah, it just shows like fun stuff you could do with hardware. So I guess the takeaway for all of this is don't just trust hardware at face value. It could be doing other things. It might do something a lot later on that you're not expecting. So really, if you're on the side of like, eventually maybe you're going to be responsible for looking at incoming hardware into an organization, like you want to look for things and think about what could be done and what would an adversary do to screw with you. Or if you're still in school, like what is my roommate going to do, to screw with me? Because the defined functionality isn't guaranteed. There's lots of different ways to do stuff, lots of different ways to go undetected. Because hardware is still something relatively new in InfoSec, like we are starting to see more and more, like I talked about at the beginning, but it is still kind of this blank slate, like this canvas for a lot of people. This might be a good way to get into it, right? Of like creating little circuits, just like I did with the little high frequency thing of like when I was first getting into electronics. It's like, all right, start with simple things, but why not have fun with it and like screw with somebody at the same time? And then start applying that towards like real work later on. So yeah, I would say don't delay. Create your own sneaky circuit today. So with that, I leave you with my final ASCII art. Yeah. Avert your eyes. Yeah, so cool. Thank you. Thank you. So as background, I found this GIF or this JPEG online, but it was just the JPEG, like it wasn't the actual ASCII text. So I typed everything in just for you guys to have that. So, do we have? I guess we have a few minutes. Do we have any questions out there in the audience? Yes.
Have you ever worked with the Intel management engine? I know that's getting a lot of press for being sneaky circuits.
So have I ever worked with the Intel management engine, which has been getting a lot of press for being a sneaky circuit? No. Is that internal to PCs now?
It's another computer inside your computer, and it's totally trustworthy.
Yes, right, the totally trustworthy things. We see a lot of BIOS hacking, that sort of sneaky software running in hardware, but yeah, I would say like anything untrusted or anything that can be modified could be sneaky. So I haven't looked at that, but I know a lot of people have. The Intel security team has a tool called ChipSec that actually evaluates security of a lot of things like BIOS and probably that exact device. So people are looking at it, but maybe not as much as they should. Any other questions? Yes. Have I played with USB Kill? No. USB Kill, from what I understand, is a device that you plug in and it just destroys your USB port, probably with some high voltage in. Now, I haven't, from a design engineer point of view, my first thought is like, well, why don't USB ports, in order to be, in order for the specification to be met, have to have good protection capability and all this stuff. But it's possible that a lot of computers don't because it's cheaper. But no, I haven't played with that. But I think that's open source, right? Yeah, so like that could be a cool one to build and then just go break all people's computers. I didn't just say that.
People have talked about crossing the border with that. Like, if you're on a list and they take all your devices.
Yeah, right. That's a good use for it, actually. That's like a totally legit use. Carrying that with you if you're crossing the border and like you're getting harassed or searched or something, just give them your USB kill. Sure, here's all my data, sir, unencrypted. And then, yeah. I wonder if you'd get in trouble for that. They plug it in, yeah. If they found out, you'd probably get in trouble. Yeah, you get the extra pat down. So if like your leg muscles are really sore from sitting on the airplane, you can like do that and you get an extra pat down. Any other questions? I love this. It's devolving into chaos.
You said working with the FPGA was kind of a headache.
Yeah.
What are some of the major pain points working with that?
So I said working with FPGAs ended up being a major headache with the Besotomizer HD. That was my first time working with FPGAs. The hardest thing I found were the compile times or the synthesizing times, where you're basically taking your hardware definition language, VHDL or Verilog, which defines what the hardware does, and then it synthesizes that into actual hardware. That took 15 minutes per iteration. So as I was designing a very complicated system to do 1080p, 60 hertz, 24-bit, like it was just very fast and really complicated. I was going to say fast and hard. It was very fast and hard. I love Deviant laughing over here. Like, thank you for laughing at all my jokes, by the way. So, it would take a long time. And every time you try to, there's also with FPGAs something, at least with this particular part, called the signal tap, which is like an internal logic analyzer that you design, that you build in as part of the development tools that's running in the hardware. So you can monitor signals inside the hardware with this virtual logic analyzer. Every time you change a signal on that logic analyzer, you have to resynthesize. So it was like hours and hours and hours just for things to break. And that was probably the most frustrating part. Other things as far as like dealing with high-speed signals, and if you have different things running at different clock rates, those all have to be synchronized. And that's called dealing with clock domains. Because everything with an FPGA is running off a single input clock, and everything is synchronized on that clock. We did different logic and stuff. Yeah, it was a nightmare. If I was doing something simpler, I would probably use something again. And like the tools are starting to get better, but they're still not at the level of like writing in code, on a good IDE. Cool. Anything else? All right. You guys are free. Thank you.
Check. Check. Mic check. You guys hear me okay? Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Thanks everybody for coming, especially over lunch hour. Appreciate you coming to check out my talk here. I'm going to be talking today about privileged access workstations and some other ways to limit credential theft and lateral movement on your networks. A little bit about me. Bill Vokes. I'm a proud DSU graduate from 2009. I competed in the first CCDC team here at DSU, which was a lot of fun. And I've been coming to DakotaCon for since it started, pretty much. I'm blue teamer on Twitter. I work in the financial sector for a small company with about 100 employees and 10 locations. And working for a small company usually means you wear a lot of hats. So I do everything from configuring networking gear to vendor management to general sysadmin type stuff. I'll get into a little bit of physical security and risk assessments, and then just general IT strategy type things. So it's a wide range, which is really fun. And I really do love what I do. I'm really blessed. I love my job and coming to work. And but one of my favorite things to do is to learn offensive techniques and bring them back to my network, figure out how they work, try to figure out how to build controls around it to mitigate as much as I can, and try to figure out tripwires or detection mechanisms for them. So the goal of this talk is, I'm going to talk about credential management. I'm going to talk about some of the ways you can do that with like deploying pods and things like that, but that's really just part of what I'm trying to convey here. The overall goal is to really get defenders, encourage defenders to think about risk differently, and really think about more effective controls and deploying effective controls. Like John Strand today, his talk, if you caught that, he totally nailed it. I couldn't agree more with what he said. We really have to embrace the attacker mindset and embrace the secure or assume breach mindset. So, bad guys will get into your network. So you need to think about what are they going to do once they're there after they get that initial compromise. What are they going to be able to do? What are they going to be able to see? How are they going to act? And then we can build better controls. So as John said, and he actually wrote a blog post yesterday, which was funny because he said, there is no easy button, and I literally had a slide of an easy button in my slide deck here. But I see all this all the time. I'm talking to other IT people and in email lists and things like that, where they're asking each other, well, what do you guys do for DLP? Oh, we use this vendor. What do you guys use for next-gen antivirus? Oh, we use this. And they're talking about it like, well, how do you fix this problem? Oh, I bought this. How do you fix this problem? Oh, I bought this. And that's really the wrong way to think about it. There is no easy button, but there's tons of people that are trying to sell you one, and that's really you gotta push past that. This tweet from Swift on Security really hit home with me. We need to stop worrying about 0 days from nation states and start worrying about our unpatched PCs in our networks. Or the fact that all of our users are running as local admin, or the fact that our network is flat as a pancake. So we need to be thinking about different things like that, and that really hit home with me, especially when you're coming right out of school. You're thinking about all the cool stuff when you've got, like he says, XP Service Pack 2 running on your network. So how do we do that? How do we think like an attacker? How do we get in that mindset as defenders? Well, the best way that I know is to learn from people who do it, offensive stuff for a living. And go on Twitter and search for anybody that just recently left Varus Group. That's a really good start. Look who those people are following on Twitter, come to conferences like this one, talk with people, embrace the InfoSec community. It's a really cool, it can be a really welcoming place where people put away their egos and just learn from each other. So that's a good start there. So to kind of get you, to put you in the shoes of an attacker, let me go through a couple scenarios, common attack scenarios. In the first scenario, let's say that the organization's not very security conscious. All their users are running as local admin, and one of those users gets popped with, let's say, a phishing email. And so since the user was running as local admin, the attacker is running as local admin as well. So one of the first things they might do is dump credentials on that machine. And this is specifically Windows that we're talking about. So once they dump credentials, it's not all the realm of possibility that since they're not a very security conscious company, they may have set every local admin password the same to make it easier on their IT folks. But not understanding the risk there that once an attacker has those credentials, they can then log into any of those machines that have the same local admin password set. Once the attacker has the credentials, he can move around laterally on the network, and as they do that, they'll probably dump more credentials on those machines that they move to until they get to a machine that has higher privileges. For example, a domain admin account or something like that. And in the case of this company, odds are that the IT people are probably logging in as domain admin to their workstation to do all their administration work. So pretty quick path to game over in that situation, right? In this next scenario, let's say that they're a little more security conscious, and they've got most of their users running as standard users, and one of those users gets popped again. Now, the attacker is going to be running as standard user now, and if they want to dump credentials, they have to figure out a way to get local admin so that they can get system so they can dump credentials. So one of the ways they might do that, they could use something like Harmjoy's power-up tool, which looks for common misconfigurations on the systems that will allow them to escalate privileges. They could just look on the attached network shares for any passwords that people have left on there. Maybe the sysadmins image the machines and they use a unattend.xml file and put credentials built into that. Or maybe the company deploys local passwords with group policy preferences, and they could get passwords that way. But they're just going to keep, or they could actually use the standard user account, try to move laterally with that, log into systems, and rinse, lather, and repeat that cycle. So once they move laterally, they'll again dump credentials and keep looking for more credentials until they eventually find what they're looking for or get the privilege that they're looking for. So, these scenarios are certainly not all encompassing, but I do think they follow a pretty common trend that an attacker might take on a Windows network. And, like I said, domain admin may not be the end goal. If they pop a standard user box and there's a network share accessible with a treasure trove of data that they're interested in, maybe they don't care about domain admin because they already have what they're looking for. So, but the point here is that attacker tactics tend to revolve around finding and using credentials and moving laterally to do that. So the main goal of privileged access workstations is to limit that exposure. But in order to do that, I think you first have to understand where credentials are stored in Windows and some of the other issues around Windows authentication and credentials. So as you can see here, there's a bunch of different logon types within Windows. So one of them is interactive, so that's when you actually type in your password into your console. But there's a bunch of other ones. But the thing to take away here is that all of these logon types, anytime they're used, except for the network logon type, leave some form of reusable credential on the system. And that's really important. That's a really key thing to take away. And as defenders, we really need to know and be aware of what's a network logon type, and when are we leaving credentials on the systems that we're administering. So some of the examples of network logons are things like using NetUse, PS remoting, WMI, remote registry, things like that. So that's a key thing to remember here as we're going forward. So a little bit about where credentials are stored on a Windows system. One of the most common places that people know about is the SAM database. This is just a file that's on a computer that has every local user on the computer and then their associated hash for their password. Now, an attacker can pretty easily dump this out. Once they have local admin, they can get system rights and then dump this file out. And then once they have the credentials, they can either brute force them offline or pass them on the network, which we'll talk about. Active Directory database, same idea, only it's for the whole domain. Every user in the domain is in there and their associated hash. But read-only domain controllers, by default, they don't store privileged credentials. And I'm not going to get too in-depth on Active Directory security, but you need to remember that that's also a critical part of this. And for more resources on that, I'd say go check out a guy named Sean Metcalf. He has a website called adsecurity.org, and he has a bunch of talks online and stuff. Really, really, really awesome resource for Active Directory security. LSASS was made kind of famous by tools like Mimikatz and Windows Credential Editor. Basically, when you log onto a Windows system, the LSASS process in Windows will cache your credential for future use. So when you log onto the system, when you type in your password, when you go to access a file on the network share, you don't have to type that password every time because it's cached. So when it caches it, it can store it a couple different ways. It can store them as a hash, as a Kerberos ticket, or as the actual plain text of your password. So as you can see on this little chart here, prior to Windows 8.1 and Server 2012, all the things in red are different like providers in LSASS that stored credentials in memory. But with Windows 8.1 and above, they made a lot of progress with that. And they also were nice enough to backport this all back to Windows 7, which is really cool. They did that with this KB 287 1997. So with Windows 7, as long as you have that patch installed, it does still store a plain text password in memory, and that's the WDigest provider. But you can disable that with a registry edit and then a reboot. But keep in mind, though, that same registry edit can be used to enable plain text password storage on Windows 10 or whatever Windows operating system. So if you can, it's a good idea to monitor that registry, that field, because if that bit gets flipped, there's a pretty good chance that your box is compromised, and you need to check it out. So with Windows 8.1 and above, no plain text credentials are stored in memory by default, but it will still store your NT hash and your Kerberos ticket. And then there are some caveats to that too, like there's a third-party provider that third-party software can take advantage of to store credentials in memory. You really won't know that if that was being used unless you ran Mimikatz or something to check and see what was actually in memory. Some of the other caveats here that Benjamin Delpy, the creator of Mimikatz, talks about on his GitHub page. If you're on a domain and the domain controller is not reachable, the Kerberos provider might store credentials in memory. This here is the registry key that enables WDigest or disables it in plain text in memory. And then there's another couple registry keys here that organizations might set if they have remote app terminal server applications for single sign-on. If those are enabled, the TSP-KG provider will store passwords in memory. And again, you probably wouldn't know that until you ran Mimikatz to see. Another place credentials are stored is LSA secrets. So this is data that's only accessible to the system process. And their credentials are encrypted and then they're stored on disk. And this is going to be things like scheduled task passwords, computer account passwords, service account passwords. Also what we commonly call cached credentials, which Microsoft calls password verifiers, meaning if you're on a domain and you go home and you can't talk to the domain controller, but you can still log on with that account, that's a cache credential. Those are stored in LSA secrets, but they're stored as a salted hash. So if an attacker gets one of those, you can't pass the hash with that, but you can brute force it. And then there's a credential manager, which is an applet that you can enter passwords manually through the applet, or when you tell Windows to remember your password for remote desktop, or i.e. autocomplete, those get stored there. And this is a pretty poor place for storage of passwords because it uses it derives, it encrypts it, but it takes it from your password, whatever user that is password. So any program that's running as that user has access to it. And I think there's a Metasploit post module that will dump those out as well. So that's kind of where passwords are stored. Now I want to talk a little bit about where some of the issues with Windows credentials and authentication. Pass the hash attacks, I think people are pretty familiar with. They get a lot of media attention. But basically, an attacker gets a hash, whether it be from a SAM database or Active Directory or grabbing it from memory with something like Mimikatz, and then they can authenticate to remote systems on the network, just like Windows does all the time, legitimately in the background. Pass the ticket, so NTLM, when Windows uses NTLM, it uses a challenge and response mechanism. There's a couple different flavors of that. There's NTLM v1, which is completely broken. If an attacker can grab the traffic on the wire for that, they can get the hash. NTLM v2 is a little bit better, but it still has issues. And both of them are vulnerable to relay attacks. And that can be partially mitigated with SMB signing, which I've found to have little impact on legitimate business. So if you can enable SMB signing, I think that's a good idea. Similar to pass the hash is pass the ticket, which is just like we just like to pass the hash except for Kerberos. So an attacker can dump a ticket from one machine, load it on another machine, and then use those credentials on the network. And for Kerberos tickets, they technically expire, but if an attacker presents an expired one, the Kerberos, the domain controller would say, "Oh, well, we'll extend that for you." So that's an issue. And there's other issues with Kerberos, like golden tickets, silver tickets, things like that, which are kind of out of scope. But if you're not familiar with those, Google those. There's some interesting stuff on that too. So I think so far what we've talked about, I think for authentication and credential issues is pretty well known. Pass the hash, pass the ticket, grabbing passwords from memory, or credentials from memory with Mimikatz and things like that. But one thing I think, especially among defenders, isn't commonly known as Windows access tokens and some of the issues around that. So Windows access tokens, when a user logs onto a system, the system verifies their password. If the password is okay, an access token is created, and then it associates that to some form of credential on the system, whether it be a Kerberos ticket or hash. And then every process that runs on behalf of that user has a copy of that token, and they're stored in memory, and they basically enable single sign-on functionality. So there's two types of these tokens. The first one is impersonation tokens. Now these are generated by non-interactive logons, and they can be used for to escalate privileges, but they're really not. They're only good locally. So what the attackers are really after is the delegation tokens, and these are generated by interactive logons. So when you actually type your password into the system, that's an interactive logon, which can create a delegation token. And when if an attacker can steal a more privileged token, they can act just like that user, and on any system that's accessible on the network. So it's not just locally. So is everybody familiar with incognito? Have you guys played with that? Have you seen that, used it? So I think it's pretty well known, especially among like pen testers and things like that. But for defenders especially, I feel like there's very little knowledge about that Windows tokens actually even exist. So I just want to give a quick demo on what it looks like to steal a token and go from local admin on a box to domain admin. So as you can see here, we've got a interpreter shell up, and we say get UID to see what rights we have in the system. And it looks like we've got an account that's in the blue team domain. The account's called local admin. So as an attacker, we want to get system rights. So one way to do that, you can list out processes and see which ones are running a system, and then migrate to that process, and then you are running a system. So once we're running a system, we can list out all the tokens. And on this system, on the victim box for this demo, to create the token, I opened up a computer management box, and the UAC prompt came up, and I typed in the domain admin password, and then I closed the computer management box. But when I did that, it left this token there, this domain admin token. Even though I closed the box, it left that credential on the system. So as an attacker, I see this account, and I say, okay, let's try that. And it's as simple as saying impersonate token and the name of the token. And now we're running as domain admin. And we can do whatever the domain admin can, whatever that user account can do on the network. So this tool, this incognito tool, is written by a guy named Luke Jennings, and he presented about it way back in 2008. And he wrote a white paper too. And it's amazing that white paper is like 10 years old, but a lot of it still rings true today. And he's advocating for a lot of the same things that I'm talking about today. So if you're a student, that's homework for you. Check out that white paper. And it's actually a pretty good read. It's amazing how accurate that still is today. Excuse me. So, credential theft has been a major issue for a long time. Even in Luke Jennings' white paper, he says, this is nothing new. I'm not showing you anything new here, and that was 10 years ago. So we've got some major roadblocks to overcome. And I think part of the problem is that, IT admins may not consider themselves security people, and they really don't understand the risk. And just like anything, change is hard. And in a business world, usability always trumps security. So those are issues to work through. There's no patch for these issues, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel. We've got more controls now. We're being given more controls and features to implement now than ever before to mitigate some of this risk. And a lot of them are built into Windows, or they're just basic architecture things that take time to implement and expertise to implement. But these things I'm going to talk about will give you so much more value than any kind of next-gen Blinky box or machine learning antivirus software that you can buy. And one of those controls is privileged access workstations. So, the concept of privileged access workstations, or PAWS, as far as I'm aware, came from for the first Microsoft Pass the Hash white paper. And it kind of evolved into its own TechNet article and things. But as far as I'm aware, the concept's probably older than that, but that's the first I had heard of it. And what it's really designed to do is to limit your exposure to the types of things that we've been talking about so far. The real goal is to limit how often you leave privileged credentials on your systems on the network. So I like to think of it similar to network segmentation. You want to isolate your users, your privileged users, and your systems that you care about from your risky systems and your risky users. So in order to do that, you kind of have to group them by privilege level. In the TechNet article, they talk about this Active Directory administrative tier model. But basically what that is it's just a grouping of systems and users by privilege level. So you've got, at a high level, you've got tier 0, which is domain admins and domain controllers. Tier 1, you've got member server admins and actual member servers. And then tier 2, you've got your help desk or your workstation admins and the workstations themselves. So to give you an idea of the purpose behind this, in a perfect world, a domain admin should never log into anything other than a domain controller. Log into a member server, and that should be blocked by group policy. Domain admin tries to log into a regular workstation, and errant, that gets blocked too. Same way with a member server admin, they can't log into a regular workstation. The purpose and the reason behind that is when you log in as a domain admin to one of these lower tiered systems, you're leaving your credentials there for an attacker to steal and compromise your whole network. On a similar line of thought, you don't want to like RDP in from a admin workstation where you're looking at cat memes and browsing, you're checking your email, things like that, to a privileged system. Because when this system, which you do risky activities on, gets compromised, so too does everything that you do on it, including administering your systems. So that's kind of the key takeaway. That's really the purpose behind privileged access workstations. So before you start rolling these out, there's some prerequisites that you're going to have to think about first. And the first thing is removing local admin rights from as many systems as you possibly can on your network. Now, I know the struggle is real on this. I've been there. It's way easier said than done, especially if you're not doing it yourself. But if you care about security at all on your network, I would put this at the very top of your list to figure out how to do it as soon as you can. Even if you have a subset of users that you know there's no way you're going to be able to remove local admin from them, okay, well, start with the others then first, and then come back to them, come back to your tricky ones. And because the more people you can remove that from, the stronger, the better for the security posture of your company. If you have a group like that you just can't figure out how to get them off, you can do things like maybe if they have legacy software that doesn't cooperate with UAC or something, you could put that software in a terminal server environment. Or, you're probably going to want to segment those users that are still running as local admins so that they have less access on the network. If you can potentially do that, that'd be a good thing to do. On a similar train of thought is doing that with your privileged accounts. So, a lot of smaller IT shops, the admins use domain admin for everything. Well, you got to break that out so that you have like your member server admin. So if you can break it out even further, like ops servers, admins, dev server admins, network admins, that's great. The further segmented you can get that, the better. But and you're also going to want to limit the number of domain admins and tier 0 accounts that you have. That includes virtualization infrastructure admins, especially if you have a domain controller that's virtualized. So there's some legwork for that if you aren't to this point yet. So the TechNet article kind of lifts out a few different phases of the deployment. Obviously, you don't have to follow this line by line. You can do it however you want. But in their TechNet article, they say, phase 1, deploy this to all AD admins. Kind of get your most privileged users up and running as fast as you can. Then in phase 2, you can extend it to more users. And then phase 3, they just talk about adding additional controls over the top of phase 1 or phase 2. So some of the different deployment models for deploying these workstations, there's the dedicated hardware model. So you've got a dedicated laptop or dedicated PC that you use as your privileged machine. You log into that with your privileged user. Administration things on it. You don't browse the internet. You don't have email on there. You're not even a local admin on there, preferably. And then you have your user system, which is a completely separate system. You log into that with your standard user account. That's where you check email and browse the web, things like that. And the pros there is you've got the strongest security separation, so they're two dedicated different systems. But the drawback is you've got twice the disk space. You got twice the weight to lug around if it's a laptop, and you got twice the hardware cost. So the other model is a simultaneous use model, where you have one machine, and you've got your admin workstation is your host machine, and then you have a user VM that you access. So the pro there is that you've got lower hardware costs, but a better user experience. And also, a drawback could be that you have a single mouse and keyboard, so that could cause you to type into the wrong machine, I guess, but I haven't really seen that in my experience. So with the simultaneous use model, I see this as being the the best compromise between security and usability for deploying these workstations. And you can either have the user VM locally on the machine, or you can use VDI or RDP or something like that and access centrally managed VMs. The drawback of VDI and RDP, obviously, that VM has to be accessible all the time, even when you're at home or offline, so you got to think about that as you're deploying it, obviously. So whenever I start explaining this to other IT people, they say, okay, yeah, cool, whatever, but why can't I just have my regular user workstation and then have an admin VM on there? It just seems like it's more logical and easier. But that brings us back to the same problem. When this user workstation gets compromised, so too does everything that you do on it. Whereas if you flip that around and you have a user VM and that gets compromised, they're not getting back to your admin host unless they have some kind of VM escape exploit or something like that, which, yeah, sure, I'm sure technically that's possible, but the likelihood of that is not nearly as much. So that's the idea behind that. Now, Microsoft gives you a couple of PowerShell scripts to deploy this framework if you want to do it. One of them will create the OU structure, another one will create the security groups, and then the third one will assign the correct permissions. Excuse me. So this is the OU structure that it creates. I'm not going to go through each one of these things, but some of the group policy objects that they advocate to harden the workstation, these are the computer group policy objects, and they do things like empty all the groups out and add in a newly created PA maintenance group and the local admin on that computer to the local admin group. And then you grant a new group called PA users the ability to log in, and preferably they're not local admins on the machine. That's what the PA maintenance group is for. And then you use Windows Firewall to block all incoming traffic, and obviously you can whitelist if you have like scanning IPs or patch management IPs that you want to whitelist. And then configure Windows Update to automatically install from WSys or whatever you use for that. So some of the user hardening group policies, we want to block all internet access for the PA users group. You can either do that with group policy or you can do it with whatever you have for a web proxy. You're obviously going to have to allow internal browsing so that people administer local servers and things like that. And then we're going to lock down these privileged accounts from logging on to lower tiered systems. So we'll do that with deny logon as a service, as a batch job, and locally rights. And so, just like I said before, you're denying your domain admin from logging on to lower tiers and your server admin from logging on to regular workstations. So once you pick your deployment model and you're ready to do this for your AD admins, obviously, just like anything, you're going to get the installation media and validate that the hash is correct on it. And now, if you can do Windows 10 Enterprise, I would highly encourage that because Credential Guard and Device Guard are huge, and I'll get into that in a little bit later. But you have to have Windows 10 Enterprise for that. And so, just like anything, you connect it to the network, join the domain, move it to the correct OU, install Windows updates, and then. But the critical thing here is when you're installing your tools for your administration, you got to really think about the risk of each tool that you're installing, and you really want to only install the bare minimum tools. Any third-party software or anything that you install on this system obviously increases your attack surface on it. So you got to really carefully consider that. And then forward your logs onto a SIM or whatever you have for central log management, and then validate your hardening GPOs. So as part of your deployment, you're gonna want to look at restricted admin mode. This is kind of a controversial control, especially when it first came out. But the idea here is that it's a way to RDP into a machine without leaving credentials behind. The argument, though, can be made that it enables something on the system that wasn't previously an issue, where an attacker could potentially pass the hash and log in via RDP. You're going to want to weigh the risk versus reward on this, but in my opinion, as long as you're locking down RDP to your only trusted hosts by firewall rules, the reward of not leaving credentials on remote systems it way outweighs the risk that this creates, as long as you're locking that down right. So restricted admin mode is off by default. Administrators can enable it with just a registry edit. And then to use it, it's just a / restricted admin flag when you're using RDP. So one of the limitations, though, of restricted admin mode is when you RDP in with restricted admin mode on the system that you're remoted into, and then from that system you try to access a network share or RDP into another system from that one, like a multi-hop they call it. It's not going to work probably because it uses the computer account on that remote system to access those remote resources. So there's some limitations there, and it doesn't work for everything, but anytime you can not leave credentials on a system, I feel like is a win. So also, remote credential guard is really similar. This is kind of newer. This is just the same kind of deal, but with a remote guard flag, and this is enabled the same way. And the difference here is that the remote computers have to be running Windows 10 anniversary update or Windows Server 2016. And the benefit here is that you can do multi-hop. So if you use remote guard and you RDP into a machine, you're not leaving credentials there, and you can RDP into another machine or access things on the network share, things like that. But the limitation is, with remote guard, it only takes your signed on credentials. So you can't use UAC to use a more privileged account to RDP in with remote guard. So something to consider there. Now, credential guard is a really, really awesome feature in Windows 10 Enterprise. And to me, it's the #1 reason why you should go to Windows 10 Enterprise as a business. And the idea behind it is that with credential guard enabled, an attacker on the system gets local admin rights. They can't dump credentials from memory. It basically makes the LSAS process act as a proxy to a virtualized LSAS process that's not accessible to the Windows OS. And it's really cool. It's a really great feature, but it is pretty heavy on requirements, especially system requirements. So you have to have Windows 10 Enterprise, 64-bit, which is expensive for small businesses. You have to have Secure Boot enabled, and you have to have fairly new hardware because you have to have TPM and CPU virtualization extensions enabled, which most new computers do. Actually, even in the last couple of years, if they're 2 or 3 years older, they probably have those. So, just to show you kind of what this looks like on a system that has credential guard enabled. This is a screenshot from Mimikatz, and you can see here the part in red is where normally you'd see plain text passwords or password hashes or whatever it might be that's in memory. With credential guard enabled, all you see is this big long string of text that aren't credentials. So that's kind of what it looks like. Also, at first they said credential guard was only for physical machines, but now there's more support for virtual. You can enable it in Hyper-V, but you have to have Gen 2 virtual machines, and you have to have a virtual TPM enabled, which is that red box there. You can also do it in VMware, but there's very, very little documentation on this. The little bit that I have seen is from Benjamin Delpy on Twitter, and we got into kind of not really an argument, but a discussion with a VMware guy about, he says more documentation is coming, so they're working on it, but I'm told that it does work, so. So phase 3 of the deployment is just, the TechNet article just talks about more controls to add on for credential management, and this is things like smart cards, whitelisting, which is kind of out of scope for today, but things like device guard and app locker, really, really, really awesome tools. Just don't have time to talk about those today. They do require some administrative overhead to implement and some technical expertise to implement correctly. But I think those are a huge, crucial control to have in your wheelhouse as a defensive mechanism. Then there's protected users group and authentication policies and silos, which I'll talk about. So smart cards and other Windows two-factor solutions are great. They're really great control, but just don't think about them as like a magic bullet because they do have some limitations. For example, they're only enforced for interactive logons. And when you force smart card logons, you're telling Windows to never change the hash for that account. So you can mitigate that by toggling the smart card required field for that account, and you can script that, but that's just something to consider. The protected users group is one of my other really favorite controls with Windows, mainly because it is so easy to implement and very painless. So as long as you have a 2012 R2 domain controller, this will work because you get that new group. Preferably you have your domain at 2012 R2 functional level. And what this will do, it just basically creates a new group, you throw users in it, and they get all these awesome new protections. The main one being the only credential that those users will now leave on a system is Kerberos tickets. And it shortens their ticket length to only 4 hours instead of 10. So that's awesome. It also uses a more secure, better encryption for Kerberos. And if a ticket expires, it forces that user to re-authenticate. The limitation, though, of the protected user group, because of course there is one, unfortunately, is that if you put a user into that group and then they go home and they can't talk to the domain controller, they can't use cached credentials, so they can't log in with that account. So something to consider there as you deploy that. And then authentication policies and silos. These pair really well with the protected users group, and they do require 2012 R2 functional level for the domain. But you can do all kinds of cool things like more segmentation of your users and systems in AD, and you can control where accounts can log on to, which services they can authenticate to. You can set more granular Kerberos ticket settings. So you could say, for this user group, the Kerberos ticket only lasts an hour or whatever. So some lessons learned from my deployment. Windows 10 Enterprise Hyper-V I found to be really awesome. Running the user experience has been great, whether it be copying and pasting between VMs. The Hyper-V networking is good. You can use PowerShell to script a lot of things. Just really happy with that, which I was kind of surprised about. But I'm not going to say that deploying these is going to make anything easier for anybody. It really is a dramatic shift in the way IT admins do things. And even though I forced myself to do this, and I was still kind of swearing at myself under my breath some days, like why did I do this stupid idea? But it just takes a while for you to get used to it. Just, change is hard for everybody, even when you're making yourself change. You just have to figure out a system that works for you. And as a small company, the number of privileged accounts, once you split them all out, that you have to manage, can seem kind of daunting at first. But like I said, you just have to figure out what works for you. Maybe you need a password scheme, or maybe you need to look at an enterprise password management software, which obviously you don't want to weigh the risks on that too, but you just need to figure out what works for you, and it is possible. And I used to think it was kind of a limitation that we have a small company, that we can do all the cool things a big company can do, but actually, I think it's actually in your favor, because I didn't have to get this approved by 10, 20 people before I did it. I just did it. So keep that in mind if you're a small business. It is possible. So some of the other things you can do to limit credential theft and lateral movement. One of the things is randomizing local admin passwords, which I think should be fairly common now, common knowledge, because obviously you don't want people moving laterally using those accounts, using those passwords that are all set the same. So you want to randomize those. You can use like Microsoft Laps is a solution for that. There's a bunch of other ones. TrustedSec has one. Just find something that works for you. Also with that KB 287 1997, Microsoft gave us these two new SIDs, group SIDs. Basically what you can do with those is you can say, one of them is called Local Account and Member of Administrators Group. What you can do is you can create a group policy that denies access to the computer from the network and denies logon through terminal services. So any local account that's a member of the administrators group can't log into the computer remotely, which is a really awesome quick win, pretty painless, I would think, for most people. So if you're not doing that, I would check that out. And also network segmentation, I think, is fairly underrated and not done enough or well enough. And you know, there's a million ways you can segment your network, and I think you can always go more granular with that. But one of the ways I feel is the most beneficial is to isolate your user systems from each other. So in a perfect world, you have, you know, in this example, we've got 3 different offices and different user groups at each site. And so like the legal users in site 1 can't talk to other legal users on that same subnet. They can't talk to other user systems at any other branch. And they can, of course, still talk to the IT subnets if they need to and hit the servers they need to. But the goal here is that you, as an attacker, if you drop an attacker into this network, into this user subnet here, but they can't talk to any other user system on the entire network, you just made their job a lot harder because they can't move laterally, they can't look for more credentials, they can't, you know, all that got taken away from them. And you know, there are some business needs where sometimes those user PCs have to talk to each other. But I would guess that if you looked into this a little bit, if there is a business need, is there a workaround we can figure out? Do we really need to have these computers be able to talk to each other? I would guess that if you looked at that there's a way to do that. So one example would be like if the users do some kind of screen sharing, like with Windows Remote Assist or something like that, so they have to talk to each other, or Jabber. They have to talk directly to each other's machines. Well, maybe you could use a cloud remote support software instead, like Bomgar, something like that, so that you can still segment your network really heavily and still give them the functionality that they need. So just an idea there. So to kind of wrap up, you know, we need to stop buying blinky boxes and next-gen software with sexy marketing as a cure-all. We need to really take the time to understand the risk. We need to think like an attacker, or we need to, if we're not technical people, we need to hire people that think like this. And we need to take these tools back to our network, play with them, figure out our real, where we can put really effective controls. And I think that will help you find your true weak points and help you build better walls and better tripwires. So that's all I have. Here's some awesome people to follow on Twitter that put up with me asking, very smart people that put up with me asking dumb questions and things like that. So I have a blog you can check out with some of the stuff on there. And feel free to talk to me after this. And I love talking about this stuff. And we probably have a couple minutes for questions if anybody has any. Yes. Yeah, you really have to get this. You have to get everybody on board, including upper management, I think, to really get that culture, get that pushed down to everybody that we're doing this. You know, this would be really hard to do in an organization that doesn't care about security. I mean, it's just not going to happen because it's too much extra work for people to go through. But you know, you really have to get that management on board, everybody on board, and then push it just like anything else. You know, get the users on board with you. Just like anything else, you try to push this down somebody's throat, it's probably not going to work. So. Every company is going to be different on that too, you know, but that's just my comment.
At the end of the day, it seems like the weakest link is always the user. Is there anything built into these systems to keep your high tier and low tier passwords from being the same?
So the question was, can you keep the high-tier passwords and low-tier passwords from being the same? You know, I'm not sure on that. I think if you did, it would have to be some third-party thing that sits on your domain controller, which I'm not sure that I'm all about that either. But you can obviously set different password length requirements for each one. So you could say any users in this group need 16-character passwords, which is, for AD admins, I think that's legitimate. So, yep. Anybody else? Okay. Oh. No. I wish this was part of the audit requirements, to be honest with you, because some of the stuff that they make us do for compliance is ridiculous and has very little value, which this, I feel, gives you much more value. But I do think, though, that when examiners see this kind of a thing and you explain it to them, they really like it. It's, you know, they really think more that you're on top of your game, and it's impressive, I think, which I've talked to a couple of them, and I've kind of got that vibe. That's just been my experience. I wish they would implement it more as a requirement, but that's just my take. So, okay. Any more questions, hit me up after, and have a good rest of your conference.
All right. Oh, yeah. That works.
See, he mutes them so that people don't like walk around with a
Yeah.
microphone in their pocket.
Smart.
Okay, so this is our last set of talks for the day. I have a couple things. When Deviant is done, we will start doing CCDC, things like that in here. I want to have my own little personal for Deviant, like I teach here at DSU and teach like computer things and wanted to do a black hat class, and then he had this like physical penetration testing thing, and I'm like, that sounds neat. It has nothing to do with my job, but it sounds cool. So did that and kind of was like, this would be an awesome change of pace for some of the things we do at DakotaCon. So that is how we got Deviant here, because he's going to drop some knowledge and let himself in.
Right on. Thank you. So when you're the last talk, you're like a little more flexible on time. So I'll throw one out. I was speaking to the ASL interpreters out there. Yeah, several years ago, my girlfriend, she came from a deaf family, so I've learned some sign. So her brother actually pointed out to us that there is, or at the time there was no sign for, my finger spelling is terrible, for hacker. There is now. For all of you, you don't have to be in the deaf community to learn some ASL, because everyone has a voice. Everyone deserves to be heard. I encourage a lot of language learning across the board. So there was essentially, am I getting this right? The sign for fix or tinker essentially would be this. You do that with the letter H, hacker. There you go. So, I do a lot of physical things. I work with my hands a lot. I am a physical security guy. I show up in nice clothes sometimes at places like Sands and Black Hat. But most of the time, my job is the exact fun part you think it is. It is the covert entry side. It is getting into places that you shouldn't be. So my team and I really enjoy this. We break in at night, we pick locks, we bypass alarms, we copy access control cards. We have a whole other physical ops division that is just, my fiance calls us professionally dangerous with the combative side, but we do that. We get hands-on with the gear. And most of you should understand this matters. Like, physical security is data security and vice versa. So I used to be kind of a net admin. Like, they were asking me last night, kind of, how did I ever get into this? I was like, well, I was kind of a sysadmin keyboard guy, but I've lost all that food, like, long ago. I'm not up to date on any of that. But as a dummy as I am, I'm still smart enough to, like, throw console cables into things. I can drop to single user mode, and I can change rules around. Like, I can do that. And if I can get my hands on the gear, that's the ball game. And that's what we love to demonstrate to clients. We always tell people you can do everything right on the infrastructure. You can set up your network right, you can VLAN it off, you can really get things rocking and rolling. And if your scope includes physical, and I highly encourage blended pen tests, not just because it gives me and people I know work. There's not a lot of teams that do it, and we enjoy it because it's fun, but it really shows the client that, like, everything they did right got undermined by what they did at Home Depot. So that's the smasher right there, like, showing people I'm hands-on with, like, your PLCs at infrastructure events. I'm hands-on with, like, dangerous chemicals that I can either blow up or take away or anything, you name it. And it's a big eye-opener. But the thing is, I'm known mostly as a lockpicking guy. Like, if you Google my name, most people will find, like, oh, he wrote those lockpicking books, and oh, he's at the Lockpick Village, and, like, we all use locks, and I enjoy lock. Like, I pick locks recreationally. I teach people about locks, and if you've never picked a lock, like, totally you can learn. It's all the information's online. What's going on inside of a lock is not complicated. There are just little pins together, then they interact in very specific ways. They prevent the lock from turning, or if you use a key, they will allow the lock to turn. But the thing is, even though it's possible to say, well, yeah, this is really simple, and if I don't want to use a key, I could just use pick tools. Yeah, that's completely valid. We can talk about lockpicking till I'm blue in the face, or till we're out of whiskey. But these things happen routinely. But on jobs, here's the big dirty secret.
I don't pick locks a lot on jobs. We don't do this. Like, yes, you can reach into a lock and manipulate the pins and get them to set and click into position. On an actual covert entry gig, lockpicking is like 10% of what I do. I've gone through whole gigs without taking picks out because there are far easier ways into a building. There's far easier ways into containers, into everything I need. Why am I doing what is arguably the slowest attack vector? Elegant, yes. Fun, absolutely. But if I can be way quicker and be like done with that job, especially if you flat rated it, because you're like, I'm out of here in 3 hours. Cool, writing that up. Like, this is great. You don't have to do this. And I don't usually have to do this. So what do I do? Well, bypassing. There's a whole discipline that we kind of lump in with physical access that's not really lockpicking. We just throw it all in the category of bypassing. And you're going to see a ton of that here today. Totally inelegant. Y'all know you can pop hinges off doors, right? Like, just knocking the hinge pins out, whether you're using crummy hand tools or like the little orange things so you don't bang your fingers. I have knocked hinge pins out of plenty of doors and just kind of like walk the door away from the side of the wall and like, backwards door, yay, I'm in. Completely valid attack vector. Dumb as hell, but it works. And it's faster than picking sometimes if it's a good lock. I really believe in like giving you solutions to so everything you're going to see here, comical as this may be, like this is not a secure door because you see all these locks, but what you don't see are hinges because the hinges are on the other side of this door. So I could pop the pins. But what is the solution to this? There is something called a security hinge. It's on the left side up there. It's got a little peg and a little hole. When you close the door, the peg sticks in the hole. And then even if from the outside somebody bangs the hinge pins out, that little peg is stuck into the jamb, and you can't pull it away from the wall. Super elegant, super simple. What is on the right side? Those are called jam pins. Let's say you don't have security hinges, but you're like, ooh, that is elegant and simple. I want that. Jam pins work like this. You've got a regular hinge. Okay? You take these two screws, replace them with jam pins. You take out these two screws, you replace them with bollocks. You just made a security hinge, and you didn't have to rehang the door, and it cost you almost no money. They're made by a company called Major Manufacturing. They're the JP12 or JP10, depending on the threading. But like, yeah, super easy solution, super simple. That's not the only kind of attack. We do have slightly more interesting tools for our entry kits. For example, my buddy, his name is Keith. Keith, I was excited to meet him in person because I knew him online. He was another one of the people in the lockpicking crew. And we finally were going to be at the same place in DC. I was like, Keith, man, I'm really excited to meet you. You were a locksmith. Like, I'm not a locksmith. I'm just a pseudo-criminal. Like, Keith was an actual practicing locksmith in the field, doing like work with customers. I was like, man, meet this guy. I'm going to get some insider knowledge. So I'm like, oh, Keith, nice to meet you. So I got to tell you, I would love to get a look at like what your daily carry kit was in the field, what your tools were every day. He's like, oh yeah. He takes out a little pouch, dumps it on the table. I was like, huh, that's actually very anticlimactic because you're like servicing stuff in the field. I kind of meant like your entry kit. He's like, what are you talking about? This is my entry kit. These are my top 3 entry tools right here. I'm like, what? Like for locked buildings? He's like, oh yeah, absolutely. This one in the middle, I bought it at a yard sale. Don't know what it is, but I love it. It's my favorite tool ever. Turns out, because he's like, I call it a Carolina roller. It's something called a traveler hook made by the Carolina Roller Company. They make like textile industry supplies. So I was like, oh, I got to get one of these, and I did. And it's now the best thing in my tool set. Of the door, the latch that should be holding the door shut. I'm just reaching in, swiping it, kind of grabbing and hooking at it and pulling. You can do this with like a Slim Jim type tool. This is kind of, it's like in the old spy TV shows, the credit card attack. These are all really old techniques, by the way. It used to be the original name for this, and some locksmiths will still call it lloyding. You know why? Way back in the 20s and 30s, when people started having these style latches on their doors, people would use celluloid. You get a chunk of celluloid, jam it in, wedge it in, yank it, push it, pull it, springing that latch out of the way. Completely viable attack. Now, you may have seen doors that have like a plate over the front of them to kind of prevent you from reaching in there. We got some sound on all videos. Here we have a locked door, secure plated door. We got a celluloid, we got piano wire. Oops. The problem with all of this is not that I can reach the latch. Whether there's a blade or not a blade, none of that shouldn't matter. The thing you need to think about is what the latch is doing. This is a diagram of a modern door latch. Sometimes you'll even hear it referred to as a dead latch. What's going on? How do dead latches work? Because you understand dead bolts, right? Like, I couldn't do that to a dead bolt. If the dead bolt is thrown, that's why it has the name deadbolt. It is a dead mechanism. It's not spring-loaded. It's just laying there, and you can't manipulate it with sticking stuff in the door. Well, a dead latch has a few pieces. Highlighted in yellow here, that's the latch. That's what's designed to catch in the strike plate and hold the door shut, so if you lean against the door or the wind blows, the door doesn't fly open. That's the latch, and that's what doors used to just have. Many of you may remember, especially if you're a little older, like every door just had a latch, and that was it. And then sometime in the early 80s, we started seeing this extra little button, this little extra plunger show up. That is part of the dead latch mechanism. This sometimes will be called, I just call it the security plunger or the dead latch engaging plunger. This, a lot of people don't know because when you see it, like the door's open, so you're looking at all the pieces. When the door shuts, that little plunger's supposed to be held back. It's supposed to be depressed and held in by the door jamb. And if it is, if that little button is pressed in, this latch is now dead. You can't hook it, lloyd it, slip it, anything. The problem, and why this doesn't happen in the real world a lot, is door fitment. Holy Moses, do we exploit bad door fitment all the time. If you don't have the right hardware lining up with your dead latch mechanism, it's not doing anything. Here we have a door, and you're going to see we're going to exploit it very Now, look at this. It's a little dark on these slides up here, but look at the strike plate. Is that a standard off-the-rack flat piece of metal, like from Home Depot? I know it's late in the day. You got to give me something. Is that a standard flat piece of metal? It is, somebody says? No? Maybe some people say yes, some people say no. Did you see on that door, if I replay it, you might be able to see, you can't see, it's just out of frame. This is a card reader access door, okay? What you're seeing in that door jamb is an electronic strike plate. How many people have, used a badge to get in a door before? You probably have interacted with very similar systems to these. Now, the problem is they come in a lot of flavors, and that means they come in a lot of shapes and sizes. We have actually spoken to integrators and installers, and at the shop, they're like, hey, remember, we got that job next week down on Main Street. Make sure we get a whole bunch of the 4516s. They're the ones with a really big hole. They always work, no matter what doors the client has. No. The strike plate is supposed to be just the right size so that you're engaging the latch but holding back the plunger. Another water pumping station.
So properly, Sergeant Black for the current.
I'm like, I don't belong in there. You don't want me in this room. I don't want me in this room. I will hurt myself. Let's talk about other things, reaching not just right into the door jamb, but reaching through a gap in the doors. Because let's say, you just have enough gap. There's a lot you can do. Here's a simple one. We got a crash bar. We got no sound, but that's okay. We actually hear the by code, you press that crash bar, you've got to be able to get out of the building. Most buildings will have an egress system that you can exploit. And just because, you take a little step to one side, I got good weather stripping. No, you don't. Even if I couldn't kind of see light leaking through, weather stripping is usually rubber or fiber, and I can push my way through that. This is another street door, facing right out to the road. What's on the other side? That's where the chlorine tanks were for this building. Conveniently on a little hand truck. So I have a video of me wheeling them, out of this water pump place. Now, even if you say to yourself, well, okay, I understand like rubber is kind of a thing, but how many people can really break through that? How quickly can you do that? Well, you saw I'm just doing that with made up stuff. They make proper tools that make it really nice, like really hard pull and hit. Exit paddles, that's another type of exit system. Again, you can see the freaking gap. Like, I can see it right there. Something you can't see, and it's a shame, it's a little dark, but down here, there's something else in the image that sometimes people in the audience are like, hey, wait a minute, you could blah, you're forgetting something. You can kind of see it in this video. Right, you're seeing so when there's no occupancy in the building, if no one works at night, they could have flipped that deadbolt. They didn't. Let's talk about deadbolts. Most deadbolts, by code, may be keyed on one side, but tend to have a thumb turn on the other side. So this tool exists. You know what this tool is? That's thumb turn flipper. Just put that right through the door. Bam. These things are out there, man. You can get these. You can get them really nicely, or you can get them super cheap from China. Because Deal Extreme sells this. AliExpress sells this for like 20 bucks. How about this one? Dr. Strand, it's not locked. What happened there? Let's look at it through a nice clear door. So, doing Bob, he just showed Ross, set up prototyping that. And Ross is like, anything for shot it. He's like, oh my god, you guys, this is incredible. Watch this. Look through the door, the glass, and you'll see what's happening. So we see a little something way up the top. You see a little cloudy mist, and then the car's open. What they're using is a very special document. It's really hard to order. Like if you know someone at a 3-letter agency, you can pick this up. It's in all the special catalogs. Comes with instructions, government-grade instructions that say hold can upside down. If you've ever used duster spray to like scare the cat or something, all this is a compressed, isobutane, and it boils off to create pressure. Well, if you flip it upside down and blow the fluid out the nozzle, it'll boil off in the atmosphere, creating a super cold cloud of air. What are we exploiting in these sort of situations? That is request to exit, or REX, R-E-X sensor. Request to exit sensors, their whole job is to prevent people from having to mess around with a key or a badge when they're leaving. So if you walk up to a door, and like if you came in, you used a badge. But as you're leaving, like maybe you got stuff in your hands, you're already on the secure side, so you don't need to be authenticated. Clearly, you belong there. The REX sensor, usually they're just infrared. The most common ones are all passive infrared. They make better ones. Some are microwave radar, or RCR, range control radar, but way more expensive, way more false negatives. I guarantee you, right in the middle, the Honeywell PIR. This is the one you see literally everywhere. All they do is look for temperature change. If they see a temperature change, they say, oh, that must be a human being. And they're on the other side of the door. They must be exiting. I'd better unlock this door. That's how many, many door systems work. And it's really funny the ways you can play with these. So we have Dave Kennedy here. Perfect, right? Like, this is great. Now, I don't smoke. I do drink more than I probably should. So I used to live in Montana. I'm coming home from the bar one night. I was out on a date with my fiance. And I was like, I just kind of walked out of there, like, holding a drink, because who cares? And I was like, hey, this will be funny. Check this out. And she knows, she's like, oh God, I know what's gonna happen now. Like, she gets her phone out, and God love her that she did, because this is her favorite video of me right now. Like, this is a bank. We got a rec center. Oh no, what happened? Super low, is that? Nope, my volume is up. I don't know what's happening. Here we go. So we're locked, but there is a rec sensor. There we go. That's open now. That's just a mouthful of whiskey, baby. Like, I guarantee you there's no other reason that video is funny other than I'm in a three-piece suit doing this. If I was just looking like me, not nearly as funny. Guy in a suit, lulz. Let's talk about, instead of the gap running down the side of the door, let's talk about under the door. The bottom of the door usually will have a gap because the door doesn't drag on the ground. You can exploit that. By code, most doors today do not have, when's the last time you've seen a knob in a commercial space? Like, it's not common. By code, if someone, what if, someone doesn't have a hand? They need to be able to get out of the door. So a lever-style door handle is what you see on almost all major buildings for business and schools, etc. Well, a lever handle lets you do things like this. This was a show that this building was talking about over at me. I'm going to reach under this door. You're going to stop it. And then this lock door. Now unlocked. Well, it's a little bit, you can't tell what's happening there, just like you can't tell what's happening here easily. This is an actual, warning, penetration gate, trying to get in the server room. Here's somebody, Robert. He is reaching under the door with the same exact tool. He thinks he feels something, he thinks he doesn't feel something. He knows what he's searching for, and then when he's on it, he really legit uses his head. Pushes on the door. So what are we doing? Literally, the under door tool is delivering by a rod a piece of line, like Kevlar line. You feel where you are, you find the handle, and you just yank. You're hitting the inside handle from the outside. And 90% of the doors we come up to are vulnerable to this. Super useful. That, plus the occasional this, is a destroyer of worlds. Is there a solution to this? Yeah. Because the vertical gap, you just put a plate over it, and it's a lot harder. You can't put a plate on the floor, right? Because the door would drag on the ground. They do make what are called dynamic door bottoms. Here you have a little plunger, and when this plunger pushes, the bottom of the door drops down. Now this is just a diagram for heating and cooling seal, so that's rubber. That's not super strong, but that principle of a moving door bottom has been applied to security hardware. So here we have something that's a much bigger, beefier product, and there's interlocks that when the door is shut, this door bottom locks on the ground, and there's a contoured floor plate. This is called the PEMCO, P-E-M-K-O, PEMCO 530, and it's a product made by a huge locksmithing firm called Assa Abloy. And you can put this on your doors. You can make it look all pretty, recess it up in the door, or you can just bolt it onto the door, and it completely ruins my day. It is possible, however, instead of going under a door, to go over top of a door. This is another super awesome hacker tool. You need it, sometimes it's hard to find. This is film, before we have just cameras. We just call them cameras. They use film. And if you slip a piece of film over a door, this is a guy named DakotaCon. He's based out of Utah. He does this all the time. He knows exactly, because the handle on the inside is the same as the handle where you are, so you can measure it, yanks on it, bam. There are solutions that really kind of guard the handle on the inside, though. I've seen these. I was like, oh, wow, a shroud around the handle. That's crazy awesome. And I asked a client, where did you get that awesome security shroud? And they're like, I don't know, the same things we use in our service corridors. These are for service areas, so like carts don't bash into handles, but they completely work in a security environment. Like, it really makes my life hell if there's a shroud on the inside handle in the server room. Has anyone ever stayed in a hotel and the handle has been mounted like down? Any show of hands on that one? You've seen this, right? You see this more and more. Hotels know about this. Hotels are exploited by underdoor attacks for people trying to break in and steal things. I saw one photo once from my buddy Renderman, and then I started seeing hotels that had these little clips, and I was like, ooh, wow, I was at a hotel like in San Francisco, and I went to the front, I was there all week, and finally I'm talking to the staff, and I was like, hey, the little clips on the door handles, is this underdoor attack? He's like, oh yeah. We have all kind of like, vagrant crust punk kids who like sleep for free for a week and leave, they leave the rooms really nice because they're all Trustafarians in San Francisco. But, they're like, yeah, we've had underdoor, so we put these little clips on all the doors. And I was like, where did you order those? Those are awesome. He's like, well, like the closet in those rooms, the track and the carpet for the sliding doors, it's just the little clips that you use on like closet carpet. I was like, that's brilliant. That's $4, and it completely stops this problem. Like that, I love solutions like that. So threats come from all different angles on the physical side, and we talk about all this stuff in longer talks, like surreptitious key copying. I can take a key, press it into clay, and then this is Robert using hot metal to like mold a copy of a key. Like they've done this way back since the 18th and even 1700s, pressing keys into wax. I am a safe technician. I'm a GSA certified safe tech and inspector. I can teach pretty much anyone to manipulate a regular safe dial in about a day. And in fact, I don't know if any of you out there, who's taken my safe dialing training? Woo, all right, a couple people, sweet. So, was that Dan? I don't know if that's Dan. All right. One of our friends from, we all flew in from Texas, all on different flights. You live there, he lives there, I was just there. But yeah, some of you will be in the safe manipulation training. You're all gonna learn how to do it. It's not hard. This is a photo of my friend Dennis. Dennis and I are both standing next to little front access control boxes, little telephony access control systems, they're called. We talk all the time in the physical world about keyed alike systems. So for example, Dennis is next to a linear controller right here. This linear system, Linear makes a ton of products, all of the same key. A126. I have this key, this is my little hoodlum key ring. This is the A126 key. Opens all the Linear boxes. Many of them have switches. Just, keep hitting the relay. There was the door. Yay, it's open. You can buy this online. This is not a restricted key. It's not a secret key. The whole industry knows it. I'm standing next to a Door King. Door King is a competitor. This is the Door King key. Also available online. Also opens almost all the Door King cabinets. The real funny one on my key ring, speaking of keyed alike, is this job right here. This key is the 1284X key. Go ahead and Google 1284X. You'll see a lot of similar photos. 1284X key is the standard Ford fleet key. If you call Ford and you're like, I need 50 Crown Victorias, I'm from this township. Either you're starting a private livery car service or you're painting them all black and white. And yes, this is not like a chipped key or anything. I can go to Home Depot, copy this key, and then pretty much, I'm going to say close to half the towns of any significant size in this country, you will be able to open all the squad cars. You'll be able to open the trunks. You'll be able to open the glove box. You'll be able to go ahead and start her up. Because it's all the same key. And guys on the job don't even know that their buddies all have the same key to their cruisers. It's all the same key. The 1284X key, biggest open secret in the locksmithing industry. Electronics, completely different side of the house. We do talk about electronics and card cloning. Those of you who saw Joe, he touched on this, the front end system of credentials. We can talk about cloning all day long. The fella who you saw in the hat, Bobak, he's our electronics researcher. So we can talk to you about cloning and sniffing credentials if you want. This is really cool. This is a long range reader. You would see this in a parking garage. So it's got a big antenna coil. So Bobak guts it, weaponizes these. He powers them with little lithium ions and a boost converter. And then this reader will just sit and sniff credentials as long as it runs for like 4 or 5 hours. So you just put it in a backpack and walk around like, this is here's Dennis, right? He's on his phone. Oh, he must be texting somebody. He must be meeting someone for lunch. And this guy next to him has no idea that what he's actually done is verify. Oh, that's a good grab. And he leaves. So that's a credential grab right there. He just grabbed the guy's card. Now, even if, modern credentials get more and more advanced, the idea of cloning and replicating hacks becomes harder. But as Joe touched on, the reader on the wall, even if you're doing real advanced communication from like credential to reader, the reader talks to the panel. If you get behind that reader, that communication is usually crap. And this is Bobak, that's a little sniffer right there. It's on the wire, it's listening, it doesn't take a lot of time. You do this thing, like, you get to play with this stuff. And if you can get any kind of ability to go to courses, we're not up here, any of us can talk about our trainings. It's not because we're trying to shield for it. We just want you to have fun. We want you to be able to literally take the reader off the ball, punch down a little sniffer, and all of a sudden whip out your phone and start interacting. It's really cool when you watch one human go through a door, and then you're standing over here, and you're like, you want to go through the door? And then the sniffer just turns the door green, and you rock out. Like, this is completely unfixed for decades, and it's still everywhere. You'll find the back end channel is vulnerable to this little sniffer almost all the time. So we talk about electronics, we talk about human side, security is a convergence. It's the physical side, mechanical side, electronic side, human side. Keep the physical side in mind. Because, physical access to the data is the data. You should already kind of grok that, and if you ever run up to people who have resistance to this sort of logic, just show them. If you're authorized, you learn some of these tricks, show them how to slip into a building, you'll get some attention real fast. And the great part, though, is that it's not like the world is coming to an end. The fix for most of this that I've been showing, all these fixes are simple. This is me at another water facility, right? And I'm showing the administrator, I'm showing her, like, yeah, I was able to slip the latch on your door, but it's just bad door fixes. I'm like, here, you can adjust this down. There you go. There was an old article in the Locksmith Ledger magazine about a locksmith who had this exact problem. They said, look, I've got this strike plate, and it was just a little bit wrong, but they took it off, pop riveted a piece of metal, and put it back on the door, and that extra couple of millimeters was all they needed, and then the strike worked, the dead latch worked, everything worked. So it's usually really cheap to adjust things that are a problem. You're not like getting new budget and having all your stuff ripped out. You're just telling somebody from facilities, hey, tighten this up, or put a thing here, or can you put a little blocking gap here? And a solution is, like, you have the solution in your tool shed. You don't have to deploy a whole new facility, you just have to send somebody to Home Depot. So thank you for listening. We're always around if you have any more questions about this kind of stuff. I love talking about this stuff, and I love that I got to come up here and talk to you fine folk. So thank you very much. I left a lot of time for questions because I keep getting a variety of odd questions. It's never about my talk. It's someone's like, were you cooking meat in your hotel room last night on Twitter? Like, yeah, ask me about whiskey, meat, or anything else. I'm happy to answer. Yes, I see Joe.
So there's a particular house that I've seen that has a door that you have to lift up and turn the deadbolt to lock it, and I think bolts come out the top and the bottom.
Interesting.
In a house.
So Joe's saying there's a door where the user is lifting and turning, and then he's saying bolts shoot up and down out of the whole door? Was this house in Europe? In Portland. Fascinating. I got to see it the next time we're down. We have dinner. Like, damn, I have no idea what that could be. That is not a very standard thing. Now, was the thing you were interacting with in the dead middle of the door?
No, it was like a normal door.
It was on the edge. Because some of you may have seen, like, super old-time doors, sometimes there's a lock right in the middle of the door. And on the inside, it's a square box, and literally it's 4 bars that go, in all directions. Maybe it was a legacy of that, but it sounds like it's something different. Wow. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, I see a hand back there. Oh boy, yes. I thought that was your voice. So Dan is asking about the CH751, also on my hooligan key set. These two keys, in fact, this is the CH751. You can you go on Amazon, search for key. This is the key that comes up almost all the time. Next to it is the C415A. That's the old National Cabinet. This is just like, I don't even know what it originally was. It's the everything key. I just was walking towards the bathroom, and there was, I think, a little cover over the thermostat. I will bet you all the money in my pockets that there's a chance it's CH751. If you're ever in a room that has like panels that are shut and locked with equipment in them, dollars to donuts, CH751. You search CH751 and you'll find like something about RVs, recreational vehicles. The outside locked panels, all the storage areas in most RVs, CH751. The stories like a while ago, this was a couple years ago, have you heard about the skimmers at gas stations? Thieves can steal your with this key, and like the news showed the key, and everyone's like, don't show the key. It's a CH751. I already could have told you what key it was. Like, this is the everything key. So yeah, get yourself a CH751, a C415A, and that's gonna open, oh God, 40% of every baloney little locked panel you ever find. You know, the front, like, don't mess around inside of linear and door king systems unless you know what you're doing. Definitely don't steal, like, police cars. That would be bad. That's a bad thing. But key to like, man, like, I'm telling you, this is the kind of reason I don't take my picks out, because why? Anyone else? Yes, a hand. Question I get often, what kind of locks do I have at my house? For a long time, the answer was like shitty locks, because I rented and moved around a lot. When people would say, what brand of lock do you have? I would say Mossberg, and they see who, like, no, because like all my good stuff is in safes. And at my house, like many houses, has windows. And if a criminal's getting in, there's a strong possibility they're just gonna break a window. I have kind of upped my security since then. I really like Schlage products. It's not because we're friends with all the folk at the cylinder division at Allegiant who make Schlage, but I like Schlage products. I like the Schlage Primus a lot, and I bought some Primus locks for my deadbolts, my main doors, and then my crappier side doors, like to closets and storage areas. They're just regular Schlage, but they're backwards compatible. So my Primus key can open everything, but my neighbor who wants to like take my trash out when I'm away, they only have like the SC1. So there's a nice hierarchy there. I like Schlage gear. I like thinking of security in layers though. So there's no like one perfect lock that you want. Oh, I put that one lock on my door, I'm good, going away and never thinking about my house. No, we've got like terrible home cameras on the outside because I don't trust them inside my house. And we have, you know, guns when we're home and dogs when we're not. Anyone else? Yes, Joe again.
It seems like the locksmith industry is all based on just security through obscurity, right? Like keeping these public things secret. Like how much resistance do you encounter in that world versus like
So Joe is asking about, and you see this not so much in the digital realm as much as in the physical realm, practitioners in the trades trying to keep secrets secret, as though that's part of the security model. I have more sympathy for that than some people. So some like full disclosure, you know, like bug track type, they'll be like, if there's a vulnerability in this lock, everyone should know immediately. Like, I think everyone should know, probably not immediately, because cycling out bad hardware, there's a real cost and a real time involved. So to push a fix digitally should be pretty painless. There's way more friction in trying to get companies to like buy new locks and then pay their installers. So I understand the reticence on the part of locksmiths to publicly talk about any of this, but some of this stuff that I'm showing you here like has been known for a really, really, really long time. At some point, you just got to start talking about it. Yeah. Are there anyone in the wings that I'm like missing? I see another hand back there. Yes, and next to you. Yes, first you. You decide who I met. You know, this person. Having to, you said, charge a key? Oh, so yes, electronic keys, often we would call these electromechanical locks, because usually there's some mechanical component It's not just like an RF card. But the key itself is also doing crypto. So the big one there, Assa Abloy owns the CLIQ, C-L-I-Q. The CLIQ system, which is popular in Europe. Medico has the Medico Logic, which is the same circuitry. The key itself has a little battery, and it has, electrical contacts. So I've seen those systems. There are some vulnerabilities to those systems, not all of them. One of them is, in fact, the first gen of the Medico Logic. I can't talk about that because of NDAs and things. But yes, most of the time, the exploit is very seldom going to be exploiting like the crypto. I've never seen anyone break the handshake or anything like that. I've seen people find a way. One, there's a video online. It's a vibration attack. So you have a tiny rotor in the lock, and somebody found a way that if you vibrate the lock really rapidly, the rotor will just turn, and then it's just a mechanical lock at that point. So they would take the electronic key, take the battery out of it, and then the key fits in the lock just fine, puts contact on everything just fine, and then they just vibrate the heck out of the key, and then the lock just turns. The really sneaky part is when the next user comes through, their removal of the key causes the rotor to flip back, and it's like no trace. So almost surreptitious. That's the best answer I got there. Next to you, sir. So for my home safe, I am a big firearms person, so a lot of rifles. This is a great sign, R for rifles. I love that sign. I have Liberty Safe. I have, not safe plural, they just keep growing. They just keep I keep moving all my Metro shelves and drop another safe in the basement. But yeah, I really like Liberty Safes. I don't have an electronic keypad on my safe. There's the Lagarde keypad and the Sargent and Greenleaf keypad. The original versions were both vulnerable to electronic attacks. They were side channel differential power analysis attacks. We do those in a different version, the longer version of our safe training. But yeah, standard mechanical dials. It's like if it's going to take you about a half an hour manipulating a safe dial, if you're in my house for a half an hour and nothing else has caught you yet, like you deserve the guns because you've already bypassed the cameras and the alarms and the locks and the dogs and everything else. Anyone else? Anyone else? No? Oh, I see a hand. Is my thing for tomorrow full? I presume you mean the class, which somebody can tell me that. I don't know. Find out. If it is not, I would definitely love to have you there. That is the answer to that question. And even if it is, we're going to try to run it again at DerbyCon. It will just cost a little more money because they have like awesome pricing structure here. Was there a question next to you as well? Yes, sir. What were the repercussions of the bank visit? So that's an interesting question. So I'll give you the full background on that, and some of you may have spotted this. That was a vestibule of a bank. And that vestibule is accessible late at night to customers of the bank. Like if you have an ATM card for that bank, or sometimes it's any ATM card, you could go into that, and like the inside, maybe the inside door was vulnerable too. I don't know. I didn't test that door. But I was playing with a door that arguably the public had some right to go in and out of. I was not a customer of that bank. I maybe would have had, like, for sake of argument, I probably had a wallet on me and probably had a credit card on me or a debit card on me and could have gotten through that door. So in that use case, was I like super unauthorized? Splitting hairs. The specifics of it is that that bank is still just as vulnerable, and that video has been shown a lot on the internet. And I think like the actual repercussions is nobody gives a damn. Because in general, with stuff in security, nobody gives a damn. Yes, sir. So the question is, how do you fix that rec sensor problem? Because it's huge, man. Like the most secure building on the last covert entry we were on, we couldn't get in most of the building, but we could get in the vestibule. And like, because we could gas the sensor. And then talk about like lateral movement. There was literally like lateral movement in the ceiling. Like one of the guys, the rock climber, went in the ceiling, and it wasn't like over a wall. Like he shimmied on pipes for a while, and then came down in another room, and then let us out. So the solution is basically either, there's a few things. One, don't use a rec sensor. Like make people press something on the door mechanically to get out. which is a little harder if the door is blocked off. There's also like touch bars. There are, so I'm going to go one up and one up and one up. The touch bars, the crash bars, can respond to human skin. So you can still exploit those. You just need to use a copper attack tool for galvanic skin response. You could have a sensor, so it's still electronic, but you could use a microwave radar. So RCR, range-controlled radar, that doesn't just look for temperature. It looks for something roughly the size of a person, and it has to be kind of moving at the door. So there's much more tighter control. The best solution we have seen, and maybe if you've been in any secure facilities, you know, push to exit. Little push to exit button. Located, please, somewhere not stupid. Like, there are huge glass doors on a server room in a building we hit, and like right next to the glass doors was the push to exit button, and I'm looking right at it. I was like, all right, so are we gonna just go dig through the trash, find some long stuff? And you know, because the door, like, it had just enough of a gap that we could wiggle, shot something through and kind of smacked it and hit the button. We've gone over ceilings. Like there was a ceiling that had fence, like chicken wire in the ceiling, in the server room, so we couldn't like get ourselves over the ceiling. But somebody took, what did he take? Oh, he found like an easel, you know, like a tripod stand in a meeting room that had paper on it. So he took that apart, and the long extendo leg, he put that through the chicken wire, swung it way down, looked over, and he could see the, you know, with his hands, the chicken wire, he hit the push to exit button, because it was right there, and, you know, kicked the door open. So a good push to exit, like this, the most secure is a push to exit button with a little cover over it that you have to flip up, and then that will be broken off and thrown away in a week because the users will hate it. But that's like it's a balance. It's a balance, man. So that's like the best door solution. Or badge in, badge out. You know, have a door. If there's only 5 people that need to go in that one server room, configure the door controller for badge in, badge out, and make them use their badge. And anytime the door enter sensor logs, you know, an open condition, and if it wasn't immediately preceded by a valid credential, you know, register an alert. But it's annoying. It's annoying. You got to work with people. No, I'm not saying people are annoying. I'm saying, like, ultimately, at the end of the day, shit's got to get done. So, like, you have to let the office get stuff done. This is the push and pull of security. But you got options. Anyone else? Yes. And I think there's another over here in a minute. But yes. Strikes or what? Strikes or maglocks? So what the question was, if it's an electronically controlled door, should you go with an electronic strike or a magnetic lock? Well, in theory, I would say the electronic strike plate is a little more secure simply because it will usually fail safe. For those who don't know, and Joe, you'll probably correct me, most of those systems are going to use a solenoid that needs to be under power to activate. So if the solenoid is under power, it gets pulled, and then, you know, the strike plate can operate. Versus the maglock, the giant magnets, they're always on power. And if power gets cut, most of them, the door will just open. They're designed to do that for, again, for emergency exiting. If the building, like an asteroid hits the side of the building, like, oh, the power's out, we got to leave. There you go. And the reason that you can safely leave a strike plate with a solenoid is there's usually a handle on the inside. So I would say the solenoid is harder to mess with power-wise, because we've totally found the wire conduit and just like cut the wires or unnutted the wires and like turned off maglocks before. Oh, here's another, this is a gem for you. Again, electronics people know this, the inverse square law. If you're not an EE, don't worry about it. What it means is that electronic power, any electronic strength, diminishes really fast over distance. So maglocks, let's say your standard maglock on a door is rated for like 400 pounds of pull, all right? That's perfect plate-to-plate contact with perfect fit, too, if the door was hung right. If I am an authorized visitor going through a building, I have taken like paper clips or nails, any little thing that's about 1 millimeter or 2 thick. And again, there's always power on that magnet once the door unlocks. I'll just kind of walk through and just slap a paper clip up there. And then when I come through again the next time, that 400-pound pull is like 40 pounds. And you just kind of give it a good yawn and like, oh yeah, it'll open. So for that reason, I'm not a huge fan of magnets. If you're using a strike plate, make sure that I can't like reach under the door and hit the handle on the inside. So put little clips, change the orientation, put a shroud, do something to that handle. That's my full answer there. There was one back, and then I'll jump to you. Yes, sir. Have I ever accidentally damaged or broken a lock or door? Not irreparably. There have been times where we've disassembled something, and because we wanted to like measure the pins and get the master key. There's totally been times where like we've just pulled wires off of the electronic lock, man. Yeah, I've totally like just disconnected the wires, and that was our persistent access the whole time. This is also, if you get into pen testing, if you get into any kind of work, if you use an exploit, and I'd love to hear, Egypt, your side of this, it's not usually, I don't think, considered the most professional thing to kind of sweep up after yourself. You don't leave the system killed, right? But it's more professional to report to the client. Be like, there was this vulnerability, we did this, you're gonna want to address that. Now, like, I'm happy to, but if you have a person your blue team, like, have them do it. So even something like, I took these nuts off of this wire. We told the client, have facilities come out, have them re-nut the wire. A, they're being paid way less than I'm being paid. So like it's cheaper for the client. But then you know it's like done up to their standard. So I've never like permanently broken anything, but we've had to tell the client, like, you probably want to connect this thing back up. There was a hand somewhere over here.
That was actually my exact same question.
Oh, same question? Yeah. I'm not counting cracking drop ceiling tiles. Like, because they have cracked a lot. You put them back together and like no one knows. Like, don't breathe on that, it's gonna fall apart again. There was the best time, one time I've never crashed through a drop ceiling, which is I'm a big guy. Like, I'm nimble enough that I've never made a complete mess. But you can't go in and out of drop ceilings without making a bunch of dust. So this one time, I was like, oh man, this is, like we'd come down over a ceiling and stood on a desk, and I was like, man, this is a shit show. Somebody's gotta go find a broom or something. I'm gonna go, and I came back later, and it was the same time of night when the cleaning crew was in the building. So this one maid was just like, whoa. And I was like, nailed it, all right, thank you. Obrigado. So yeah, it was a Brazilian staff, we found out, it was very funny. But yeah, like I've never really broken anything that badly. I would feel bad if I did. Yes, sir. Have we ever been tailgated ourselves when we're getting in? That's a good question. Now you're making me think, man. Because we tailgate in a lot, and if I'm holding the door, and the office culture is just to hold doors, man, that's going to keep me up at night. I don't know. I hope not. Oh, if we have left a vulnerability? No, we've never had that technically, because we'll have the client like check the camera logs to show like, here, look, this was us. By the way, you know cameras, no one's watching cameras, right? No one is watching cameras. They're all for reconstruction. I'm not 100% of the time, but like by the end of the night, you want to give the client a chance. You just start doing stupid shit. Like we were on a job, we stole one of the security cars and just like drove it around. Just drove it around and around and around the campus. We're not in security uniforms. I was a subcontractor on a job, so that was the other company that did that, but it was funny. So like we put stuff like on whiteboards in front of cameras that just says like, break-in is occurring, I shouldn't be here, and like no one's watching. No one's watching. There was a hand somewhere there, and then there was one there. Yes? How many what? Plans for drinking tonight? Oh yeah, that's happening. We have a steak that's very huge that I've been marinating. I'm going to get that going in the sous vide bath, and I still have some asparagus and mushrooms. Jill will get you something vegetarian to eat, and yeah. I do a whole thing about like gourmet cooking in your hotel room that's funny. My fiance and I are going to do a talk about that at CarolinaCon. I see I'm getting waved at. Is that a timer, or is that? Oh, yes. Oh, the question is, what sous vide do I use? I use an Innova. I've had the Innova for a long time. I like it. Bobak, my buddy. So everyone at the company has, so Robert has the old Innova. Bobak has the Sansair, but he uses it less because he got the Joule, the one that came out by Chef Steps, which is really the hotness. I like the Joule. But the Innova works for me. It's going to keep being mine until I kill it by traveling with it all the time. Does the job. There was some kind of hand this way-ish. Maybe I was wrong. Or you just had another question about meat, which I've already answered. I see a hand over here. Yes?
I know you mentioned, I think you do the GSA safes.
Yes, I do.
Have you ever run into those? I mean, the higher order things like classified materials and stuff like that?
So she's asking about GSA, or General Services Administration graded containers. They are effectively safes, but we don't call it GSA containers and vaults. That is what the government uses for classified document storage. So it's a very specific type of highly armored filing cabinet, and then you have to have a lock on that meeting the specification of what you're using. So it's either a 2937 or a 2740B, which is an electromechanical safe dial. No, I've never run into them that were in scope. There have been some contractors that have them in their offices because they do cleared work. And if you have people on your team who aren't cleared, they're just going to tell you anything that's going to be cleared, it's not in scope, can't open it. I've never had to do a covert entry on one because, nowadays with the electromechanicals, there's virtually no bypass other than, somebody's super sloppy with writing down their code, which they shouldn't do. I've done, it's quite the sanitized language. I have neutralized GSA containers before that have been malfunctioning. That's a whole lot of fun when you start hard drilling and you're throwing sparks all over the place and basically cutting into a safe. Who doesn't like that? But never on the job in the sense of a covert entry. Was there a waving? I can't, yes, I see a hand there. Have I ever been arrested or stopped by police? 0 times. That is a very common question. And for those, again, if you've never gotten into this career yet, if you want this career, people always make the joke, oh, you'd be the best burglar if this doesn't work out. I probably wouldn't. A, I'm not an asshole. And B, I'd be scared, to be caught. I have a wife and I've got stuff that I like. I enjoy the finer things in life, like event attendance. I don't want to be incarcerated. So being on the job, completely protected by this authorizing letter, you'll have an authorizing letter and makes you feel like you can do anything, because you can. So we always have the authorizing letter. We always have the real one and the fake one. So you keep the real one buried in your wallet. You keep the fake one right in this pocket, so if somebody does challenge you, you take it out and it says this is a security test, this person totally belongs here, believe everything they say. If you've challenged them, congrats to you. Put your name on the back of this with your employee number and be entered into a raffle. That's I'm giving you pearls here, baby, use that one. People would love that. Oh, well, you mean my badge number too? Oh yeah, password, whatever. And it says don't tell anyone, including your boss, about this test. But we've never actually had to use that. The closest I ever came was this one company, and we were just we were hitting them hard. We hit the Phoenix office, we hit the Tulsa office. We're just going across the country over a few months. And they kind of knew about us. There was who's that core team that have you heard of that? What's been happening in Rochester? So this one guy, because people in the management level know the tests are going on. The person in charge of facilities at this one place, let's call it the Philadelphia office. This person didn't go home at 5. They stuck around and they were just walking the halls. And we were in the building for most of the day because we get into places. It's what we do. But as there's no one in the building. It's very obvious that only a few of us are there. I'm walking down the hall past this guy. I was like, what's up? And I have the shirt and the badge, and he spins on his heels. He's grabs my arm. He's I need to know exactly who you are and what you're doing in this building. And I was hey, I'm from whatever story. We're I'm from the San Francisco office. We're doing that efficiency audit with this stuff. He's I don't think that's true. I think you're lying to me, and I think I'm going to call the cops. At this point, I was kind of whoa, that's a very odd reaction. I didn't know who this guy was. So I reached, I was all right, I'm going to need, and I get this here. And he sees it's a piece of paper. He goes, put it away. I'm Jesus freaking Christ, all right, what's up, man? He goes, I heard what you guys did in Tulsa. I heard about Phoenix. You're not going to get away with that in my facility. Turns, fucks off. Just went home because he's like, I did my job today. I found those guys. So like his awareness of the test colored his interaction with everyone he saw that day, and then he didn't authenticate anything. So I think that one goes in the win column for me. I get the perfect record, I think, because that guy didn't validate anything at all. There was a question kind of next to you. What's up? Alarms. One word question, one word answer, sometimes. No, the longer answer is some facilities have alarms, some are exploitable, some are not. There was a talk called, I want to get this right, 4,140 ways your alarm system can fail, because 4140 is a common like installer code in the alarms that gives you ads. So Bobak and Keith have given that talk. There's a lot of fun exploits for alarm systems that are out there. Most alarm systems are all rebranded like Honeywell. They're all the same. ADT is Honeywell, like all of them, they're all Honeywell panels. So if you know some of the exploits, if they're not protected, you can do a lot of fun stuff, extracting the code from the alarm. If a building actually has an alarm and they use it correctly, it's pretty good. Sometimes you can do what's called alert chaining, where you just keep setting off the alarm, and like you go back and hide in the rental car far in the parking lot, stuck down in your seat, and like they get tired of it and they just turn it off. We've done that. This question kind of here-ish now, maybe. Yes? How important is rope? Seldom important. I mean, are you talking on the job or like social life or? So like shibari is great stuff, but no, rope like coming down through ceilings. If you actually have to rappel down, that's a strange office. I wouldn't put it past some offices. Usually we can step on something, because like that's, I assume, what you're thinking about, coming down through odd spaces. I have used like emergency fire ladders. If you've ever seen, they're little skinny ladders, they roll up tight, and if you put a long pole, you can usually like hook one up to a balcony or something and climb up. Getting up is easier than getting down. Getting down, usually you're hoping you got something to land on. That was this one, that same guy who went through like the ceiling, like far in the ceiling. I knew, I was like, man, that guy's definitely getting into the sock, because he's not going to backtrack through that crap. So I like run around to one side of the building. I'm looking through the windows because I could see in, and it was like a operations center with monitors on all the walls, huge monitors. And sure enough, I see a ceiling tile is missing, and I see this guy climbing down, but he's stepping on the wall on a monitor mount, and there's a monitor like face down on a desk. And I was like, oh shit. So dude opens up the door. I was like, did you break that monitor? He's like, nope, it happened to be off the wall. The one ceiling tile where I popped out, there was like a monitor down for service. I'm like, you are a lucky sucker, because I don't know what you would have done if that wasn't there. So yes, that's not a lot of rope professionally. Yes, sir. So that was from a photo op. So he's referring to the early on photo where Robert, he's one of the 3 people in the company, was standing there in Sewell. So no, Robert had his like duty weapon, and they just wanted to like make this picture more badass. And then, so yeah, actually no, he had his carry piece. He didn't want to, like, it's on a city street, right? So he took a SIRT pistol. SIRT, SIRT pistol is like laser training sim. It's a laser sim. So he's standing there with a SIRT pistol, and the photographer photoshopped in what his piece was. So that was a really cool shot. It's way more badass than it actually was in real life. That was for a like Recoil magazine or something. Anyone else? I do have a couple training slots open, is the word from the man. So love to have you if you want to come, and we'll make it happen. Anyone else? That might be it then. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't see you. Do we have issues with cleaning crews? Never once. A veces yo puedo hablar con los limpiados a veces, pero es posible. I can't, like, yeah, so I can, one time, this one job in the Middle East, Babak spoke in Farsi to them, which was really cool. But yes, like we run into cleaning crews a lot. If you look like you belong there, it's a totem pole thing, right? Like they don't want to challenge, someone who actually works at the company. So if you can have a non-working badge that just looks like the badges, or if you have any sort of we've had hoodies that we've made in town, like a local silk screening place, no one's really going to care. Most of the time, they just are happy if they're following their protocol. So they won't. I've never asked to be let in, and I wouldn't want to try to leverage my. That's a real power dynamic to be like, here, hold that door, and they know they don't want to, but they don't want to get in trouble. So we don't do that. But running into them, mostly it's just a heart attack, because you think you're alone in the building, and then you hear voices, and you run and hide, and you're texting someone else. You're like, dude, who is in this building? And they're like, I hear kids. I'm like, what? Oh, it's a cleaning crew, and their kids are playing on a DS. I'm like, oh wow, okay. And then they get embarrassed that they had their kids on the job. And you're like, no, calmate, it's fine. Anyone else? Wait, I'm not seeing in the back. If I missed you, I apologize. Oh, in the wings, boom.
Yeah, I was just wondering, do you know anything about availability in the industry for these types of jobs? Is there a high demand, or is this something that's very coveted and hard?
So the question was the availability of this sort of work. How in demand is it? How hard is it to get into? It's a mixed answer I'll give you. Until recently, it was very hard, I would think. There's only a small number of companies that do what we do. So you have Core Group, you have Lares Consulting, you have a team at Mandiant. Does Rapid7 have people that they kind of do on sites?
Yes and no. Mostly we do network contests.
Yeah. And LMG subs through you guys sometimes too. So yeah, and a lot of times there's a lot of incest in the industry where we're on a job and somebody else, InGuardians. I've worked with InGuardians, and I'm not an InGuardians employee. They're a great name in the industry. Dell SecureWorks, huge name. Dell doesn't do physicals, but they sub in other people. So the work that's out there is really touch and go, and for a long time there just wasn't a ton, so it always went to the teams that could do it. Lares Consulting, for the longest time, Nickerson and his team, their slogan was, no one does what we do, and it's pretty true. But now people are starting to pick up more on the physical side. They're starting to see talks like this and get interested in this. And there's a little more out there. So find out, follow me on Twitter. I'll tweet when somebody's got an internship going on, or Nickerson is a good guy to follow on Twitter, Indy303. He runs Lares. And they hired, so Dennis, who we borrowed for that gig there, Dennis is one of their people. But yeah, it's the work, it's an up and coming field, even though it's still very small. To the sides, yes, sir.
Have you ever had to circumvent, say, a manned security post to get on the campus?
So circumventing actual physical guard position, interacting with a human.
Right.
Absolutely. One time, I remember this was a job in Silicon Valley, and 1, 2 in the morning, most people are gone. I walk across the street, and I'm sitting in the lobby of a hotel that I could see across the street to the offices, and I'm just kind of watching, and I actually set up a little webcam behind my monocle, and I'm looking at my laptop, but actually seeing the lobby, just waiting for the guard to leave. Finally, the guard leaves, goes somewhere. I'm like, all right, I'm going to try this. So go across the street, and I don't know where the guard went, but I know they're not there, so I'm just going to hustle in, and most of the doors are locked, and we hadn't cloned any badges yet, and I just ran around to a back stair, finally found my way back out again. And I'm like, hey guys, this one's going to be kind of rough. I've been up for 3 hours, there's guards, this sucks. And I went to bed. And I woke up to Robert, the young guy, making breakfast, saying, all right, so I was in last night, here's the names of all 3 guards, they think I'm from facilities, they think I'm doing maintenance, so I told them we'd be back tonight. So just if you see a guard, the answer is not usually hope you can avoid the guard permanently. The answer is ultimately social engineer the guard. And that works. It works pretty damn well, especially you get 3 people with the same hoodie or the same polo shirt, instantly everyone thinks you belong there. By the end of that job, we were standing on the street at the front door with the guard stand here, and we're just servicing the reader. We were ESP keying the reader. We just took it off the wall. Employees were coming by, is that broken? We're like, no, it still works. Use your badge. Boop. Okay, with wires hanging out of it. Yeah, social engineering. Anyone else? Be American. Be I demand my question is answered. I can't see, so shout. Yes?
Are those card skimmers
So I think you actually mean are the ESP keys, the WeGAN skimmers available for sale. Unless you mean the Proxmark, which is the Proxmark is the tool we use to clone credentials. The ESP key goes behind the reader and sniffs. That's the much better attack, in my opinion. The answer is yes, redteamtools.com. They are on Red Team, they're $99. So for a complete, utter ponage of a system, it's a damn nice tool. Yeah. Yeah, we get them from Kenny. You know, he's an awesome dude. He's cranking them out as much as we can use them. Yes? So the question is, what about smart card cloning? So as opposed to contactless RF technology, smart card, as many of you may have used a smart card, or she asked about GSA. I presume she thinks about a CAC card, maybe. Yeah, so Joe can actually speak much more about smart card shimming, which is you're literally, you are interacting with and monitoring the back and forth traffic, and that is not so much cloning the card as usually trying to break the implementation or the protocol they're using. That is, I will be right up front say that's above my pay grade. Bobbitt could speak to that, or Joe, who was here, could speak to that. But it's far less common. And I think it's probably noisier as an attack goes. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Wherever you are. Oh, in the wall. Have we ever had to call our contact? No. Nope. The only time we've ever called has literally been like, hey, is there anything else you want us to hit? Because it's like 6:30 and I'm standing in the data center. Like, are we done? Can I go eat? You know? And they're like, no, you're still on the clock. We got to draw this. I'm like, all right, I'll just go around and photograph I'll do the same attack on every 17 doors in this building and document them all and put them in the report. Yeah. Because the report is what the client's buying. You know, the client is hiring you for your skills. They're not buying your skills. They're buying the result. So for every cool story that we've got, that's a 50 to 75 page term paper you're writing, basically, for that client. That's your work that week. And then move on. Yes, sir.
How often do you run into a building that you cannot get into?
Have we ever run into a building that we cannot get into? Nope. That's the answer there. Yes, sir. So the question is, once we get into a place like a data center, do we open further things? It depends how bold we want to be and how much we want to show. We usually like to have photos of hands on hardware. So like if the racks are all locked, if they're all locked, man, where's my CH751? It's going to work most of the time. Or if we have to pick the lock, it's usually a crummy wafer lock. Or the big Newark wire cages, they're harder. You can use this flipper because most of those cages have a thumb turn on the back, so getting around and hitting that'll work. But we like to show pictures of, one time there was a server that clearly was not plugged in and wasn't running, so we just unracked it and like put it on a jack and we like took it out. It's a picture of us sitting on it on like the bed at the Holiday Inn, like we took it home. But yeah, showing physical impact, or here's my attack USB drive, or here's the pwn plug. We like to show that it's not in theory. Because Nickerson is big on pointing this out. Someone will say, man, the lock's on the door, what I could do, and the client should say, what could you do? Well, I could have gotten in and could have put malware on your processor RAM. Did you? No? Shut up. Like, a lot of people in the physical world, demonstrate impact means actual impact, touch stuff. We'll put business cards, I like putting my business card in safes. Like, you have the client like open this up and you're like, hey, that shouldn't have been in there. Let's go down here now. Anybody else? I think that might be it. Thank you very much for being here, guys.